Yep, okay. On the chains. It's not still. Right. Thank you very much. Thanks, Nick. And good morning, everybody. Welcome to the meeting. Staff, attendees by Zoom, which I believe we've got Francois and Councillor Burden. Oh, after lunch. So just Councillor Burden at the stage, and any members of the public that have joined us at the meeting. Welcome to everybody. A big meeting today. Lots on, a lot to get through. Firstly, we'll have the opening karakia, which I'm just told I'm doing. So please forgive me because I've really been going for 1.5 hours, so it's grossly unfair, but he's telling me what to do. As you can do, kia hora, te marino, kia whakapapa pūnanu te moana, hei hurahai, nā tātou, e te rangi nei, araha atu, araha mai, tātou ie, tātou katoa, uie taike. Apologies, we have no apologies, we just have the two that are attending via Zoom at different times, but Francois is joining us at lunchtime, so he is an apology for the morning, sorry. So with that, can I have a move and receive to please accept that Francois' apology for this morning's meeting? Councillor Phelps, Councillor Beard, thank you very much. That is received and accepted. Declarations of interest, there was an amendment made at the last meeting and noted, so please just ensure that's kept up to date.
Note to add that I'm no longer on the RDA committee.
Have you sent that through to Dial? Right, okay, so if you could converse with Dial Penny on that and get that recorded properly on there.
The time everyone reviews that Penny and I were looking at this morning, and updating around pecuniary and non-pecuniary for certain things, around companies that we...
Well, it is a living document, so it is something that everybody's expected to do, but yep, okay, a good time for everybody to just check out what's beside them. Yes, we did, but it's accessible where in particular?
That should be Microsoft Teams, Your Worship.
I was seeing that this morning as well.
Yep, okay, so everybody's received it this morning, so if you can just have a look, and if there's any amendments, please send them through to Penny and or Di. Right, minutes of meetings, so there's a few here that we have to move. Firstly is the ordinary council meeting minutes of 30 May 2024. The extraordinary council meeting minutes of the 5th of June 2024, extraordinary council meeting minutes of 18th of June and 24th June 2024. So the resolution is that the minutes of the ordinary council meeting held 30 May, extraordinary council meetings held 5th of June, 18th of June and 24th of June be confirmed as a true and correct record of the meeting. Do I have a move and seconder, please? Councillor Beard, Councillor Collette, all in favour?
Aye.
Carried, thank you, and I approve that my digital signature be added to the confirmed council meeting minutes of the ordinary council meeting and the extraordinary council meetings the ordinary council meeting of 30 May and the extraordinary council meetings of 5th June, 18th and 24th of June. Thank you. All right, minutes to be received, not moved, from the standing committees is the Hokitika Wastewater Treatment Plant Project Oversight Subcommittee meeting minutes of 6 September 2024. The resolution is that the minutes of the Treatment Plant Project Oversight Committee meeting held on 6th of September be received. Can I have a move and seconder, please, Councillor?
Was that 2023?
Sorry? 6th of September 2024?
Sorry, 2023.
Eh?
We're not there yet. That's my mistake.
I've got 2024.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, sorry. An amendment of, yes, because we haven't got to 6 September, have we? So that'll be the. So we'll do two. What do we need to amend? Do we need to record an amendment to that date? No? Yes. Okay, so first off, if we can have a move and seconder, please, to amend the date from 6 September 2024 to 6 September 2023. Can I have a mover and a second for that, please? Councillor Beard, Councillor Phelps, all in favour of that? Thank you. Carried, and then can I have a mover and a second, please, and resolve that those minutes of the Hokitika Wastewater Treatment Plant Project Oversight Subcommittee held on 6 September be received. Councillor Catlin, do I have a seconder, please? Councillor Davidson, thank you very much. All in favour? Carried, thank you. Right, action list. We'll hand over to Acting Chief Executive, Mr. Baxendale, please, to speak on the action list.
Your Worship, councillors, in relation to the council headquarters building, there has been a delay in the structural reports, so it's delayed the report until July meeting. In relation to Paki Waitara building, councillors have indicated that they wish to see that building sold, and we would put it together as part of the long-term plan to move forwards. In terms of the Hokitika Gorge Bridge, that is moving through due process. We have received the indicative request for tender documentation for the dock, which we will be liaising with them to put in a format that also fits us to go out. So at the moment that's on target in the context of what's in the document for a completion of end of February 2025. And then in relation to the Community Housing Trust, I will be meeting with the Chief Executive of Westbury to discuss matters of the land, and we'll come back to Council next time in the response. I'll take any further questions.
Any questions, please? Yes, Councillor Gizon.
On point 3, Scott, around the Community Housing Trust, at the time that we were looking at the land that could go that way, is it a good time to start looking at land we could sell or we could use for other purposes? I know it's been talked about a few times in the last 18 months, but it's probably a priority of the council to get that moving.
Yes, and there's a piece of work that's ongoing at the moment in terms of land identification and what we would want to do with it. And there is always a trade-off as well between selling assets and using them from a social purpose. And those decisions will need to come out as table for council.
Second question, point 1, around Paki Waitara building. Obviously, there's a clear direction of council to sell that. I see we've done some waterproofing and things to keep it watertight, but there's a pretty clear direction given going forward to stop any non-essential spending. Have we got a commitment to that for the time between now and the long-term plan?
So the phrase will be window watertight, which will be, you know, don't let the asset deteriorate, but don't spend unnecessary funds.
Thank you.
And thank you for that, because that was conveyed after the last meeting, and it's something that certainly feel happy to. Any further questions to Scott, please? No? Right, so the resolution is that the updated action list from the Acting Chief Executive be received. Can I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Beard, Councillor Gray, thank you very much. All in favour?
Aye.
Carried, thank you. Right, we'll go straight into presentations. Thank you. Earl, Regional Waste Assessment and Waste Contract Procurement. Very lengthy report.
There's councillors, yes, there's 2 reports that will follow on after the presentation by Chris Purchase. One report's around the Western Regional Waste Minimisation Management Plan, and the other one is around the procurement process for waste management and recycling contract. So with that, I'll hand you over to Chris, and I'll run you through the presentation. Follow on after.
Fantastic, thank you, Earl. And hello, everyone. It's nice to present again to council. One of the really handy things with Zoom is that it finds the people who talk. So I wonder if I could get someone from the council to talk, and then I get to see you on my bigger screen just quickly, and it'll switch over for me, hopefully. There we go. We'll see if it actually decides to. Yes, there we go. Perfect. Cool. So look, I guess one of the things I've been really pleased with both the procurement work and the waste minimisation and management plan we've been working on is that I've been able to involve a number of members from the team within Tonkin and Taylor. So what I'm going to do very quickly is hand over firstly to Kimberly Hope, who's been leading on the procurement work. And then after that, Hannah Kelly, if she can get her microphone working, will give you a bit of an overview of the waste minimisation and management plan work that we're doing. So with no further ado, I'll hand you over to Kimberly, and Kimberly, you might like to do the 30-second version of who you are, and then drive into the procurement work.
Thank you, Chris. Just checking you can all hear me okay? Yep, excellent. Well, really nice to present to you this morning. I'm Kimberly Hope, and I'm a Principal Waste and Resource Recovery Consultant at Tonkin and Taylor. I've been here for about 6 months, and prior to that have been working for a reasonably lengthy period of time at New Plymouth District Council as the Resource Recovery Manager there. So similar approaches to collaboration in Taranaki that you are working through in the West Coast at the moment. So lots of experience and similarities that I can provide to the team. Awesome. So Hannah, if you could flick on to the next slide. So I'll just run through our approach to procurement of waste services across the councils. So obviously there has been some regional collaboration across the 3 councils in the West Coast, particularly with waste planning through the development of the waste assessment and waste management and minimisation plan, which Hannah will go through shortly. So as part of that, of course, the delivery of council waste services is a key component for progressing your waste minimisation goals. And also for delivering your levels of service and your long-term plans. And at the moment, the waste services are delivered through a number of contracts across the 3 different councils, but there has been some alignment of existing contracts which are all due to expire on the 30th of June next year. So that does provide a really good opportunity to look at how we could collaborate across the councils with waste services. I guess the key benefits that we would be looking for in any kind of collaboration is that value for money that you might get from it, and ensuring that you are able to have contractors that can deliver a quality service. Also with the kind of national changes that have been kind of going on and a bit of uncertainty in that space, and we want to make sure that we can future-proof the council for anticipating those changes, and also improve resilience for your delivery of your services. So the aim of collaborating on procurement is really around leveraging some of those benefits, but also making sure that the council has, retains that decision-making power and that control over your own services, so that you have that autonomy. We did do some early market engagement and market analysis around whether we would achieve some of those benefits with the contractors that might be interested in providing the services, and we did get feedback that some collaboration around procurement would be really attractive to the contractors that might be interested in tendering, and we did get a really positive response from some of the really quality contractors in the region and throughout New Zealand, which indicates that we could have a really good competitive tender process by using a collaborative approach. Next slide, please, Hannah. So the options that we looked at around joint procurement, there are kind of 3 general options. The first one being kind of status quo. Each council would individually procure their own services. There'd be individual contracts. So that kind of limits the ability to continue to do collaboration in the future. You probably won't see that value for money and potentially some increased cost through that approach. And there's likely to be limited interest from the contractors, particularly our quality contractors that we want for to deliver a quality service. The second option is going out with one procurement, but still retaining individual council contracts, with the aim of procuring one contract to deliver across several councils. So I think this option would drive the economies of scale, give you improved value for money. You would get some efficiencies in contract management, but not probably as much as if you had a joint contract. But it would definitely give you that autonomy to drive your own levels of service and deliver for your own community. And of course, it would be progressing towards that regional collaboration. And then option 3 would be a joint procurement process and one kind of regional contract. So in that case, you would probably achieve more efficiency and economies of scale, but you may lose some of that autonomy, and there is a commitment to more administration at that regional level, and having formal collaborations in place. Next slide, please, Hannah. So the recommended approach that we're seeking approval for today is the second option. That is a joint procurement, so going out with one request for proposal, but still retaining individual contracts for each council, with the aim of recommending one contractor to cover all the councils. At the moment, it is Grey and Westland that are collaborating, but we are also trying to align with Buller Council to some extent through procurement. The individual contracts we would aim to have very similar contracts set up for both contracts, and the terms would be similar wherever possible, just noting where there are differences in levels of service that these can be articulated in the separate contracts. And the idea would be that there would be a joint evaluation team evaluating all the proposals for both councils, with representatives from each council doing that evaluation process. The aim would be for one contractor, like I said, to be across all contracts, and the proposed term is 8 years plus 2 1-year extensions. This is considered to be the most appropriate for the kind of equipment and vehicles and things that you need for these kind of waste services. Next slide, please. So just dipping into a bit more detail with the evaluation, we have proposed a kind of a weighted attributes focus for the evaluation, with a reasonable focus on price to get that value for money, but also focusing on the quality aspects of contractors through those non-price weighted attributes. And that would also include broader outcomes as well. And then there would be a joint recommendation just on the preferred contractor. So one recommendation across both councils. Next slide, please, Hannah. So just quickly to go through some of the risks that we've identified. So the key risk that we've got at the moment is that it is a very tight timeline before the commencement date, which is 1 July 2025. So normally you need about 12 months kind of mobilisation time for contracts like this. But so we are trying to make sure that we can achieve a reasonable mobilisation time for our contractors, but we are allowing for some contingency given the timeline is so tight within the contract, and asking potential tenderers to outline how they could shorten up that mobilisation period. We've also done some early contractor engagement just so that the contractors that may want to tender already know that this is about to come out. The other key risk to address during the procurement would be that the evaluation identifies different preferences between the councils for different contractors and what impact that would have on recommendations and outcomes. So we have tried to address that risk through the joint procurement, having one evaluation team and a single evaluation report with one recommendation, and also making sure that the evaluation criteria present a fair and reasonable kind of process with transparent kind of scoring across both councils' services. And we will also be asking contractors to demonstrate how that the joint procurement would achieve that value for money, and any impacts of reduced scope, for example, if one council went with a different contractor to the other, just so we can model that impact. The other key risk is inadequate capacity or capability to deliver the services. So that's inadequate capability from the contractor. And we think that the collaborative procurement approach will ensure that the quality suppliers will see value in tendering for that, and of course, including non-price attributes in the weighted criteria. And then the other risk is the value of the contracts that exceeds the budget that you have in your long-term plan. So, I mean, the mitigation for that is obviously trying to get that value for money through the joint procurement approach. If there is any budget requirements impacted by the recommended supplier's proposal, then there is a council approval process prior to award of the contract where we would work through that and also address anything through contract negotiations. Next slide, please. So that's a very brief summary, and then just to go through the next steps that once we have the approval to proceed, we would plan to go out for requests for proposals in early July. That would be for about 8 weeks with evaluation of proposals in September and October, and a recommendation back to council on award in early October, hopefully. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much for that, Kimberly. It's a big report, but it was a very good report. It was every time I had a question, reading it, I turned to the next page and basically it was always answered. So it was actually well structured and well put together. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
Questions, team?
Just a comment. I don't see there's a hell of a lot of difference between option 1 and 2. And I think my gut feeling is that option 2 being put forward as a preference is more ideological than anything else. So I would have thought that option 3 with an all-in, one single contract, one single supplier would have to be the best option.
Yeah, well, that was discussed previously. The issue you have is you have to set up an overarching board with joint council members to manage one big contract. You've got a combination of different approaches going into it, and it becomes quite heavily weighted. So
I just see there's probably more tinkering at an individual council level if we go with option 2. I think the whole thing, the scale, the economies of scale probably won't be realised, but there's too much independence with individual councils. I still think that if a large organisation is really going to be attracted to us, they just want to see one contract, and then it's up to us to actually manage how we deliver that, our joint requirements, I think.
Yes, Scott.
One of the other discussions we had when we were looking at that, because we did have those discussions around the table, was how you de-risk it for the WDC if something happens with one of the other partners. And that whole kind of tension sometimes you might get in contract delivery when you've got 3 partners across one contract. So we were trying to kind of blend it in a way that gave us a get out of jail free card as well as we needed it.
I think option 2 is the safe bet one.
So as far as monopoly risks go, does that have the potential to create issues down the track?
I don't think so. I think you're going to get a service supply. You'll get a supply that's working outside district as well. I mean, the potential is yes. If you get one supplier that's supplying to 3, then yes, it is a monopoly, but that actually should drive cost savings rather.
Yes, Paul.
Through worship, I recall from the previous council there were issues with the last contract. And so presuming that we can that will have been part of this discussion forward. There was, as I recall from previously, some pretty major stumbling blocks. Also, just a comment, as good said, the South Westland portion is not part of the time frame, but in future, of course, the South Westland will still need a bespoke service.
And that's separate delivery.
Separate delivery from this whole contract we're talking about now. Okay, go.
Question from the Grey District, have just had this presented to them Tuesday? Yeah, but they've just had it, I believe, Graham, and then they're making a decision on this today. So we all need to be, well, Grey and us need to be aligned with this to pick it off, don't we? So,
That's
yeah.
particularly around the procurement. The waste minimisation and management plan, that's covered a little bit. But procurement, because of the time frame to get a contract established by next July, we have to have at least 9 months worth of time for someone to prepare.
And I don't know where the Grey District Council is sitting with this, but I know they've just had their presentation. I'll be travelling with Tanya, and she said I think they'll make a decision on that this afternoon. So we need everybody. But we, Buller aren't.
At this stage, they've got opportunity to come in. They are looking outside, providing some financial support for the documentation side because they intend to utilise that, but they're not in this first tranche.
And looking at the matrix of information that was in there, we're far more aligned with GDC as far as our waste management practices. Their Buller is sort of on a different level. So if they do come on board, and being that they're not up to the same level of waste management that GDC and us are currently at, is that going to actually contribute more costs?
Well, that will be on them because it's basically, because we went down the separate contract type, it's different schedules for each area. Because we all have slightly different services.
Yeah. Thank you. Paul.
Just your worship. Buller was made a, for their own reasons, made a peculiar decision to truck all their waste to Nelson. Previously, this is the opportunity for them to basically
there's a potential
to recalibrate and be part of this. I don't know that they're so far behind us, only insofar as they don't have a dedicated landfill, but in terms of waste minimisation, they seem to be ahead of the game. So I think they do have some things to credit. But obviously, I think it would be, I think it's pretty well given that Grey will align with this. To not do so, I don't think they'll be minded. But and whether Buller will, I think as Bill says, I think it's an opportunity for them, and they'll probably see that as well. So I think it's a great point to be had, regional collaboration.
Councillor Davidson.
Just how many of your proposed landfill sites will be used?
Well, between the two contracts, Grey will have their own, and the management of the landfill is not included. This is basically just collection services.
Really good report. I've read it a few times, and every time you read it, you get a bit of a different take home from it. A few challenges for us. Great that Paul's addressed the South Westland rubbish and recycling and stuff. 26 to 28% of rubbish from those who don't live here is a really big challenge. The fly tipping and the non-compliant dumping that goes on and has historically gone on around here, and obviously 10 of 26 of those legacy landfills, most of which are by water. We've got some really big issues in this space outside of the contract, but that report's really detailed and a very good bit of literature for us to hopefully not gather dust on.
Yeah, and most of our external old landfills are pretty well protected now, but there's always a risk.
Further questions, please? Councillor Phelps.
What's the sort of ideal timeframe on a tender where you allocate it for the management? Obviously long enough to give security to the provider, but you want to keep it short enough that if, you know, they're not up to the standard, you've got the option to go back to market.
In the contract documents, there's up to the first 3 years of the review period where we can sit down and talk to the contractor and see how it's going for them, and that would also allow for time to opt out if they want to. The first term of the contract is 8 years, so that basically gives them a chance to invest in plant and get the return on their investment. So you have to make it that amount of time so that they actually get fit for purpose plant straight out.
Glass sorting. Where are we at with that as far as management of that? Just with the communications we've had in the past and present regarding issues there. Where does that fit into this aspect?
It's included in this, and the new contract setup has glass sorting in it, at curbside.
Okay. Yes, Councillor Phelps.
This might be one perhaps more for Topman and Taylor based on any experience they've got around the country, but other districts like ours, in terms of the issue of fly tipping, I mean, the cost of policing and enforcing is prohibitive, so people just do it on the basis they know they're not going to get caught. Is there anywhere where any councils effectively dealt with that issue, and how have they done it?
No, it's because I've had a lot of dealings around Auckland and particularly Waitaki ranges and places like that. They do tend to catch some people, but it's particularly difficult here in the West Coast because you've got a lot of isolated roads that no one, you know, you've got way more time for people to go. I would have to say there's probably a large percentage out there that we've never seen.
So why have a fine of only $400? Why not something just ridiculously high that the fear of getting caught is enough of a deterrent for people?
I agree with you, we'll address that.
You're going to be up to 5 or 10 grand, you just, too far, it's just not worth the punt that you're not going to get caught.
Move on to the council reports. We want to have feedback on them at the end, because it's 2 seconds.
What's the appetite here? We want to deal with one and then on to the second one for clarity?
Yeah.
I think so. Well, they do go together, but one's not dependent on the other, is it?
No.
So, shall we get this one?
It's a joint procurement for waste services.
So, thoughts on the table? Put this through as one? Yes? Yep.
Oh, sorry. Take the report as received, and is any further questions?
Right, if there's no further questions, the resolution is that the presentation from the Conference Taylor be received, and the joint procurement approach for waste services contracts report from the Operations Manager District Assets be received, and Council proceed to tender, allowing for joint tendering processes to ensure, to secure combined contractor deployment where possible, combined evaluation and documentation delivery, but individual council-controlled service delivery contracts, either shared or individually depending on outcomes. Council, point 3 is Council Report, Western District Waste Management Minimisation Plan, WMMP in abbreviation. Update report from the Operations Manager District Assets be received. You happy for this to go into that? Okay. With that preferred option of option 2 to accept the draft West Coast Assessment 2024 and then amend and update the West Coast Regional Waste Management Minimisation Plan 2018. Proceed with community consultation and where possible extend activities to align with the 2023 National Waste Strategy. Is everybody happy for us to pass that in one motion? Yes? Everybody happy for that? Councillor Bates, okay. So can I have a mover and a seconder, please, on those points? Councillor Beard, thank you. Councillor Casson, all in favour? Against? Councillor Gillett, do you want that reported against? Councillor Gillett voted against. Carried on that. And thank you very much, Earl, for that. It was actually a pleasure to read, because it was actually, I don't think I've ever read a report that was actually so informing that you could actually understand and comprehend as you went through it. So to Chris and your team too, thank you very much for that. Sometimes these things are quite complex and you come out with more questions than you've got answers.
They have a presentation on the waste management minimisation plan.
Yes. But it was greatly appreciated, I think, by everybody, and that was evident today with the discussion and the questions, so thank you.
Chris, would you like to proceed?
Yeah, sure. So what we've got scheduled now, unfortunately, Hannah's having some challenges with the audio. So you're stuck with me talking through the waste assessment, which is the report that you've just referred to. And I mean, it's great that we're really very pleased that you've found it useful and informative. That's certainly our intent. So it's quite satisfying to hear you enjoying the read, which is quite unusual. But I guess there's a whole lot of information in here that it sounds like a lot of you have got your head around already. So I'll go through quite quickly. Just want to make sure we're really clear on some of the statutory requirements and where the waste assessment, which is the document that you've got at the moment, fits into that mix. And there's a couple of other steps that need to go on. So please jump in if needs be, or we can have a conversation at the end. But I guess to start with, obviously this work sits within a strategic context. So some of that's central government policy. So we've got a Waste Minimisation Act. There was a comment earlier on around the fines under the Litter Act, which is pretty old. Both the Waste Minimisation Act and the Litter Act are currently under review, and we've had confirmation from the Minister for the Environment that she's intending to continue on with that review process that was started by the previous government. There's also a waste strategy that was released last year, and then more broadly, things like the infrastructure strategy, emissions reduction plan, and the Local Government Act are all relevant. At a local level, we've got the West Coast Regional Waste Assessment, which is the document we're talking about today. That will feed into the Regional Waste Minimisation and Management Plan. And the motion that you've just passed has confirmed that we will make some adjustments and some updates to the existing plan to create a new Regional Waste Minimisation and Management Plan. We've had a similar conversation earlier on this week in a workshop format with Grey District Council, and they'll be making a decision whether to proceed or not with that amendment in parallel with you. And Buller District Council, we've got a workshop and resolutions happening in mid-July along a similar line. So in this case, we're talking about all three councils collaborating on this strategic document. And that's a continuation of what's occurred back in 2018 when we put the previous version of this plan together. Obviously, these plans are strategic in nature, this Waste Minimisation and Management Plan, so funding sits under the long-term plan and the various annual plans. So I guess just explaining what the difference between a waste assessment and a waste minimisation and management plan. Both are stipulated under the Waste Minimisation Act, and basically what the Act says is you've got to do a waste assessment and then make a decision around whether you need to change or continue on with your existing WMP. So what we're talking about today is the waste assessment exercise, which is really a whole lot of evidential information. So where are we at the moment? What do we want to achieve? And what might the options be that we could adopt to achieve those outcomes that we've adopted? So you can read that slide for yourself. If you've read the document, you'll understand that it's structured on those three areas, really. So the outcome of that is that we then move through to creating a waste minimisation and management plan, which will in a sense be a summary of some of the detailed information in the report that you've got at the moment, and then adds an action plan. These are the things that we're going to do over the next sort of 3 to 6 years. So that becomes a guiding document, but relies on things like the long-term plan or the annual plans for funding. So yeah, next slide, Dana. So this is a bit of a timeline in terms of what we're up to. So we've been through an exercise developing the plan with the council officers across the three councils, analysing data, pulling that into the document that you've seen today. So subsequent to the meetings with the three councils, we'll finalise that waste assessment, and we'll now move into drafting a new waste minimisation and management plan. That draft waste minimisation and management plan needs to be formally adopted for consultation by each council, then needs to go through the special consultative procedure as defined in the Local Government Act, and then subsequent to that, any amendments, the final WMP will need to be adopted by each council as well. So there's, in a sense, a reasonably easy process of us putting together the plan, but then we've got discussions with you and the other two councils regarding the draft document, discussions with the community, and then that final adoption process. So all of that consultation is, again, stipulated in the Waste Minimisation Act, referencing the Local Government Act for those consultation requirements. Does that all make sense before I march on to the next piece?
Any questions at this stage? No, it looks all good,
No?
Chris.
Cool, great. We'll carry on. Cool. Okay, so I guess a couple of slides in terms of where we're at the moment. So if we just jump on to the next slide, Hannah. So what have we discovered? Again, if you've read the document, you probably will have picked up on some of these numbers. So annual waste generation, probably a little bit higher than what had been targeted in the previous plan. So when we talk about waste generation, that's the material that people don't want, that might be going into our rubbish bins or into the landfill, but also the material that we're capturing for recycling. So stuff that goes into the recycling bin or green waste that we put aside for shredding and those things. But what we're measuring is stuff that comes into the waste system. So if I'm composting my garden waste at home, we wouldn't capture that in the data here. So for Westland, that's a little bit higher than other parts of the region at the moment. And we've got a little bit of digging to do to understand why that might be. And when we start to think about actions, we'll think about what interventions might council be able to undertake to try and reduce that. So one really obvious one from a Westland perspective is implementing a glass collection, which is already in train with the contract process that we've got through there. The other driver of that higher number for Westland quite possibly could be the inordinate impact of those visitor numbers that someone had picked up on earlier on. So that's certainly a larger impact for you than, say, Greymouth, just from a population basis. In terms of the percentage of that material that's generated that actually going to landfill, you're sitting around that 76% mark, so that's actually a little bit better than other parts of the region. So your division numbers are obviously higher, and that's materials that are captured for recycling or for some form of recovery. That 26%, just to be really clear, is based on a population. So if you look at a kind of an equivalent population on an average basis, then about 26 of we reckon about 26% of people in the region at any point in time is likely to be visitors to the region. They're likely to be generating a little bit more waste because that's kind of what you do on holiday. So that's the basis for that number. We don't have really hard numbers on what's being generated by the tourism sector versus other areas. And in some cases, there's some quite grey areas around whether it's visitor waste or other materials. But it's a pretty good indicator that that's a significant driver of both the waste generation, but also the cost associated with managing those wastes. So pretty important to carry that forward as an indicator. We can jump on to the next slide. So part of the role of the waste assessment is to look back at the previous waste minimisation plan and say, well, how are we doing here? So this is just a number of the things that were flagged in the previous regional plan. So there's ongoing support of the EnviroSchools program, which is educating the young people within the district. And what we know is that if children are motivated and understand recycling, there's a pretty good chance that they'll pester their parents to do the same thing at home. So that's a pretty successful way of not only informing our young people, but also changing behaviour across the community. The council certainly collaborate with others across local government in terms of areas that are outside the control of the district or even the region. So things like packaging is outside the control of your council, but is something that local authorities across New Zealand can lobby government to actually have some impact on. As you can see from a waste disposed to landfill perspective, we've got some challenges there in terms of the numbers being a little bit higher than we had anticipated. Our curbside recycling numbers actually aren't too bad for a system that's targeting simply recyclable materials, but there's room to improve that, and there'll be some actions associated with dealing with that. Recycling at transfer stations, again, opportunities to look to increase that as we move forward, and the contract that we've talked about previously will certainly target that for Westland and for Westland and Grey in a coordinated fashion. And residents and visitor satisfaction is just part of your broader satisfaction surveys, not as high as we had hoped and anticipated in the previous plan. And again, something that we just need to continue to work on. And user or client satisfaction from a waste contract will be a key performance indicator for the new contractors coming in under that next contract. We go on to the next. Sorry, yes.
Can you clarify the 35% of roadside collection for recycling? 35% of what? The total amount?
So of the total material that's collected at curbside. So at the moment, that's a waste bin and a recycling bin. Across the region, 29% of that material goes into the recycling bin, and the remainder goes into the waste bin. So what we're targeting is increasing that number. And also, if we look at, you'll see a little bit later on, but the national strategy, and we're suggesting that this might be adopted in a new regional waste plan, targets a certain, both an increase in the capture of materials, so increasing that percentage there, but also reducing the total amount of waste that is generated. So that's things like reducing the amount of food that we waste, maybe reducing the amount of packaging that we actually purchase. So less waste being generated, and then of the waste that is generated or picked up at curbside, we want to make sure that more of that is going into things like the recycling bins. Cool. So again, if you've read through the document, you probably would have picked up on these issues and opportunities that we're laying out here. I don't think any of them will be of particular surprise to you. Some of these are actually being addressed through the contract procurement that we've already talked about, aligning of services and getting some consistency there and trying to get the best possible economies of scale that we can. There's also some work going on potentially at a regional but also at a national level around improving the messaging to households. Excuse me for a minute. And I think what's been, I guess, really encouraging from my perspective is over the last 6 years and continuing on into this new plan is the really high level of collaboration at an officer level across the three councils. So we're doing things together where it makes a lot of sense to do so, and that's sowing some real dividends, particularly in terms of accessing funding from central government for things like construction and demolition waste and organic materials recovery. The three councils working together means that money has been easier to access. I think we've got another opportunity for any other comments or questions. It's a bit of a whistle stop on the current situation, and you may have picked up on other things within the report. But any thoughts or comments before we go on to the next stage?
Councillor Phillips.
Yeah, through the chair. Chris, you alluded to it before, but I feel that we're the ambulance at the bottom of the cliff because the waste comes from a bigger source, and we've just got to deal with it. And you mentioned about lobbying central government, etc., on issues. But do you, reading this assessment, it gives me the impression that you still feel that the amount of waste that can go to landfill can be reduced, and it seems it's only really by virtue of adding some more recycling options and cleaning up the type of recycling that is rejected.
Yeah, so look, I think there are opportunities to increase the proportion of waste that is produced into recycling bins or organic materials recovery or construction waste. There's a range of different things that we can choose to target, and there's no question that there's potential to increase that. For some of those, there's some costs associated with those activities, in some cases not. But I think there are components where there are drivers of waste generation that are completely outside your control as a local authority, and that's where the benefit of things like Local Government New Zealand or the Waste Management Institute, where there's a territorial authority officers forum that has a very strong voice back into government advocating for national level intervention. So we're talking about things like product stewardship. The most obvious example of that is TyreWise, where there's a product stewardship scheme where tyre suppliers, so people putting tyres into the market, are now contributing to managing those tyres at the end of their life, as opposed to those just turning up at your transfer station and that becoming a cost for you. So that's actually starting to shift the economics of those components to some degree. There's room for that sort of activity to occur in a much wider range of items, and there's a framework under the Waste Minimisation Act, but not necessarily a great deal of implementation implementation or as much implementation as we may have hoped for. So as a lone voice, Westland District Council is unlikely to shift the dial on that, but as a collaborative voice regionally and nationally with other local authorities, that becomes a very significant piece, because you are absolutely the ambulance at the bottom of the cliff who's dealing with a lot of the mess that's, in a sense, created by others.
Yeah, just that philosophically, this type of capitalism that we are all tuned into is based on growth. So growth just means also more waste. So waste will continue to grow no matter what we do. So I feel that although it's not part of the assessment plan, a separate piece of work we need to work with lobbying is to make manufacturers and retailers more responsible for what they are dumping on us as ratepayers to get rid of it.
Yeah, absolutely, and I guess we see a key action as continuing to engage in those regional or national groups to provide a really clear message back. So I'd actively encourage you to do so both at a political and an officer level, and because that common voice is where it sits, and I think that's not an uncommon view to be held across the country. As I say, the tools are in place, and actually a number of those suppliers of materials into the market are also actively looking at how they can contribute to varying degrees. So I encourage you to continue that conversation and continue to feed your data into the national conversation, because there are some unique characteristics for Westland and for the West Coast. So very, very, very important.
Sorry, another question. Can you just clarify what the situation is on plastics 1, 2 and 5? Are they truly recyclable?
Yep, absolutely. So all three of those materials are manageable, are reprocessed in New Zealand, but can also be traded internationally. Some of the other types of plastics are more challenging, particularly if they're coming through a curbside scheme where you've got less confidence in terms of quality, which is partly why there's been a focus on those materials that are easily recoverable. So absolutely. And one of the things that we're talking about in terms of the finer detail of the contract specification is making sure that we have really good visibility of the end markets for those materials. Type 1 plastic, PET, for example, we've got recycled PET used in packaging and the stuff that you buy from the supermarkets that is captured, reprocessed and then reused within a New Zealand context. Similar for type 2 plastics, so milk bottles, those sorts of things, certainly remanufactured within New Zealand. So I think there's absolutely those materials are recovered, and I think you as leaders within the community it'd be great for you to send that message, because there's that ongoing kind of urban myth, if you like, that the recycling gets picked up and thrown into the landfill. The only reason that'll happen is if it's contaminated with the wrong types of materials and so on. And the contamination rates are quite high across the country and certainly in the West Coast. So, but people need to be confident that those materials, if they're captured as a clean stream, are valuable.
Chris, just pause ahead of you there, sorry, Patrick. Through worship. What was I going to say? Education is the key, of course. And I think far more so than policing.
Mm-hmm.
You know, the rubbish police is not a popular way of getting people to change their habits. Of course, when you've got two rubbish bins, one for recycling and one for waste, it's just human nature, isn't it, to fill them. And but when you don't have options, then you have to be more creative. And for the Marae at Maytay, Bruce Bay, we don't have any recycling, we don't have any waste collection, we don't have anywhere to take bottles or any waste disposal whatsoever. There's no bins, there's no transfer stations anymore. So we've come up with a system where everything is either burned or the food scraps are composted, and the areas that's recyclable are sorted and brought out to town, and with the actual general waste. And it actually fills it down quite well, and you don't end up with, and we have some big groups through there a lot, every week. And so there's a lot of waste comes out of there and it has to be managed. But, so the message from that really is when you don't have any options, you have to make your own. And
Yep.
it can work.
Can work if the education is there behind it and the desire is there behind it, absolutely.
Yeah.
And I think no question around the table that effectively this council is very happy to support and utilise the forums that we have to support this and get on the educational side of it. And I think I'm looking at two councillors in particular at the table that would be quite probably happy to champion an element of this out there as well.
Right. Yeah, and look, I think that it's interesting because sometimes you get education versus services versus infrastructure, and the way I think about it is they're all just three-legged stools, as good an analogy as any. You know, that none of them work on their own, but if you put them together, you can have a really successful outcome. So it's really important that all components are covered. We might just jump through. So the next slide is just talk.
Chris, please.
So I just have a question.
Sorry.
The waste levy, like there's a cycle from production to consumption to disposal or processing. At what point is the waste levy collected, and who sort of signs the cheque for that?
Yeah, sure. So the waste levy is connected at point of disposal, so where that goes into a landfill site. So you're effectively collecting that on behalf of government. The levy that you collect then gets paid to government. 50% of the waste levy collected is returned to councils on a pro rata basis. And actually that levy is continuing to go up, and that provides a bit of a revenue stream for you to invest in waste minimisation and management activities that are laid out within your waste minimisation and management plan. So that's and I guess that number has increased quite significantly as both the quantum of that levy has increased, but also the scope where that levy is applied to both municipal landfills, but also construction and demolition and managed fills across the country as well. So there's a lot of money coming into that now. Government has, just as part of the most recent budget, changed the scope of what they can do with their 50% of that levy spend to spend money on things like closed landfill rehabilitation, which I guess you guys would be familiar with in the context of what happened for you guys with it was Fox, I think, but also broader environmental outcomes. But in terms of the 50% allocation to local government, that remains tagged to the waste minimisation and management plans at the moment.
Is it targeted based on the type of waste concerned?
So the levy figure is different for mixed waste landfills. So like your site Butlers versus a construction demolition waste or a managed fill, the levy amount is lower, yes. But and it's not differentiated by the type of waste going into Butlers landfill, no.
Yeah, because I know that you said we're dealing more with the symptoms rather than the root cause and having to carry the weight of things that are upstream. But and this is probably beyond our scope, but it strikes me that it'd be more powerful to have that levy at the point of production than just passed on to consumers and people deal with the waste down the line. Because if you charge it at the point of disposal, people can get around that disposal cost just by fly tipping and that sort of stuff.
Yeah, that is a possibility. And I guess the other comment that's worth making is that the West Coast region has been quite successful bidding into the contestable fund, so that's government's 50% for some projects done at a regional level. So that's one of the real valuable things that's come out of the regional collaboration. So there's been work done on a construction and demolition waste recovery project, and there's work going on at the moment looking at organic materials recovery, both on top of the 50% allocation to the three councils. So that's a really good news story in terms of what you've been able to achieve through working collaboratively across the region. Cool.
Have you got something, Jane? Because we've still got quite a bit to get through.
Oh, I just want, I'm interested in this area. Have we done a study of the waste in this council building and how that goes? Because it'd be quite interesting to know that.
Particularly in this building, and I did try to get waste inspection and quantum undertaken at transfer station, and haven't been able to get anyone. We're going to come in January, February, but I haven't managed to get somebody here just to find out exactly what's in our waste stream, like quantities of glass, quantities of metal materials and that's not actually getting into the recycling space. Particularly for glass, because my estimation is probably 500 tonnes of glass that's in the waste stream that should be taken out of the waste stream. And that's why we're bringing in grant recycling services.
On that, and from what Paul was saying, it'd be interesting to see some case studies, and maybe it's something that the media can do, is have some case studies and a bit of recognition of those ones that are doing it well. Would be good.
Yes. Last question on this one, and then we can let Chris carry on with this. Just a bit to get through.
A quick question, probably for Bill. Is the, with the move, a future move to curbside collection of green waste and household food scraps, is there any indication as to how much that's going to cost council in the future, or is this another imposition from
Through the chair.
Up on the high?
Yes, we're going to have to target that waste levy fund to try and help subsidise that. It's quite expensive to run. It's another collection service, but it's not only that. There's the way you have to manage it, the placement of where you're going to put it. There's vermin control, there's smell control, there's weather effects that trying to turn it into compost, and the quantity. It takes the same amount of effort to treat probably 3 times the amount that we're going to be producing. We've got a small amount, so we're going to have to look at that and try and get some financial support for it.
Yeah, it's a big.
It's 2030. We've got look dates. They're saying they want to bring it in. They haven't actually pushed it hard.
Yeah, it's a big cope up around there, and I don't know that it's going to be easy for a small council to achieve, and it's all very well ideologically having this come down from Wellington, but at the end it's going to be a cost imposition on ratepayers, and then there's a whole issue of it's bad enough trying to get the education around recycling, education around food waste and all that is another matter, and you can't just throw everything in.
Chair, it is struggling in the major centres. Certainly, but that people like bottle caps and the food scraps, that type of stuff, watch out for engineers' diseases, all sorts.
And meat can't be composted and all that sort of stuff. Citrus and education. It's a big one.
Will part of it be a push for people to compost in their own section?
That would be the most beneficial thing.
And that way, make
rather than collection would then people treat them. It saves on all the transport costs, all the fuel costs, staff.
Totally. Yep, totally agree.
It'd be better to subsidise for individual ratepayers that want to do their own compost. Japanese composting outfit, it's Bollywood doesn't work as a treat apparently.
The community garden that's Kaipuku in conjunction with 2 other groups in the community are looking at a community garden which we're hoping to find some land for them to utilise for that. But composting is a very big target of theirs, and they're going to be looking at creating some form of community ability there for that. So that's another aspect that we can do collectively or individually, but it's really important to lead in doing something about it. Yeah, we'll get back to Chris on this one. We've still got
lots of interest.
It's the problem with this waste and resource recovery stuff is it's all really interesting. So I'm apologies that I'm probably stretching your agenda, but we don't have too much to go through. So I guess the second component of the waste assessment is starting to say, well, what's our direction? Where do we want to get to? So we've got this concept of visions, goals, and objectives, and you would have seen those in the document. And what I would encourage you to do is just to take a look at those and reflect on those as we start to pull together the waste minimisation plan. That's where we will start to lock those in and then put them out to the community for consultation. So there'll be an opportunity to take feedback and work that through with you. But these are linked both to the previous WMMP and also trying to make sure there's a reasonably clear link through to the national strategy as well. So the building blocks component, that first goal is very much linked to the national strategy. They talk a lot around circular economy, which is really about trying to maintain materials circulating within the economy. So rather than a linear process where you buy something, you use it and you throw it away, it's more that you design something so that it's actually able to be reused multiple times and it circulates around economy. So that might even be as simple as something like, rather than having a type of packaging that can only be used once, it's either easily recyclable or can be reused as packaging, those types of things. So that's certainly a key driver, and then obviously there's links to both emissions but other environmental impacts, such as impacts on water and air quality and so on as well. So to a degree, these are quite high level, but they guide our thinking, which is the next stage, which is around what are the options to get there. So I'm going to march forward on that, and as I say, encourage you to kind of reflect on how that strategic framework is looking, and provide some feedback as we start to move into the drafting the WMP. So as we've probably talked around quite a bit already today, there's an awful lot going on. I'm not going to tag all of those things, but I guess the key message, both at a local and a regional level, is there's a lot happening, and it's achieving quite a bit. So what we're trying to do is build from a good base to do even better. So I'll probably move on to the next one, Hannah. So what we're suggesting, and as we move into drafting that regional WMP, is that these focus areas are going to be really sensible for us. So we've got a indication from government that organic waste recovery is going to be on the agenda. So potential mandates for collection, but also processing of that material. And there's some thinking going on at the moment at the regional level around what that could look like for the West Coast. We flagged earlier on that visitor waste is a significant component. So that's certainly something that needs to be considered and looked at in more detail. Industrial waste, so that could be anything from byproducts from the local silver fern farm site to residues from mining and so on. It's always good to have good information in terms of how you go about managing these activities. So getting some consistency in terms of how data is collected across the region and linking to the way that things are done nationally. We've talked a little bit about illegal dumping, and that's an obvious area to continue to focus on. And then we've already got action in play in terms of aligning curbside collection processes across the region through the contract process that we've already discussed. So this is the way that we've kind of grouped these activities at the moment. So there's a partnerships and collaboration process. So that's not only amongst the local governments in the region, but also with mana whenua, with industry, with the community. So the community garden that was just mentioned is a really good example where there could be great opportunities for council to collaborate with community members to deliver really good outcomes, rather than just simply providing services in a very conventional way. Aligning services we've already covered, and then we've talked already, and certainly we see as a really important component, public engagement and awareness, whether it's through the existing Enviro Schools activity, or working with additional components, and probably collaborating with what's happening at a national level. There's certainly signals from Ministry for the Environment that they're actively considering investing and providing tools for local government across the country, which is great news because it means you can do it once and share it nationally rather than do it 70 times, which is obviously not the most intelligent way to do things. So I think we've got our final pause for questions and comments before we kind of just remind ourselves of what happens from here. So any final thoughts or comments?
Chris, just one question earlier, you mentioned around satisfaction. Is there anything further under those stats as far as the fact that dumping's up there with the most expensive in the country? Does that drive that down, or is there other bits and pieces around the collection that we can work on to fix things?
Yeah, I don't know the answer to that, I'm sorry. I suspect, having glanced at that quite some time ago, that perhaps we haven't asked questions deep enough to understand the drivers for the outcome on that. So that may be something that you could consider in future satisfaction surveys if you really want to target that. But certainly the way we've drafted the specification for the procurement process is driving customer satisfaction as a key driver. So it's about convenient service, timely service. We talked about the rubbish police versus the encouragement and rewarding of good behaviour. It's interesting, Grey have just launched a program where they're doing audits of recycling bins to make sure people are putting the right thing in, and their approach has been to give people some gentle feedback when they're not quite doing what they should be, but also to give people a pat on the back when they're doing a really good job. So that's a really good example of kind of carrot and stick, and that probably will drive good satisfaction as well. But yeah, great question. Probably more work to really understand some of the underlying drivers.
Thank you.
Yes, Councillor Phillips.
Chris, just out of curiosity, you deal with local government, I presume, a fair bit in other spaces, and even at a central government level. I mean, some of the work streams to me seem to be at odds with one another. On the one hand, one breath we're talking about the impact of visitors, and then in another you've got other arms of council and government trying to drive visitation and tourism, that sort of stuff as well. And you're spending the ratepayers' money twice over trying to deal with owning something and dealing with the impacts of it. Any suggestions there?
I guess there's a couple of things. So one is making sure that we understand the impact from a service provision perspective. It's relevant for waste and resource recovery. It's relevant for water supply and wastewater and so on, as I'm sure you're aware. So that's part of the picture, because I think we've got some information, but we've made a couple of assumptions to come up with the estimate that we've presented today. And that then leads to having an informed conversation with government around whether there might be different ways to actually deal with that. So that's outside. It would be unhelpful to have that just on a solid waste management basis. I think that's much more an infrastructure provision basis in which you're enabling tourism. And I know that's conversation that's been raised a number of times from council back to government and at a regional level or at a local level. Cool. So I think we've probably talked you all to death, so my apologies for that. But I just wanted to reiterate where to from here. So obviously we've talked about that waste assessment, which is kind of the evidential basis that underpins the waste minimisation and management plan, what you've resolved already, and based on the conversations we've had so far, we would anticipate the other councils would similarly, is that we can go away, finalise that waste assessment and draft a WMP that we'll come back to discuss with you. The plan to do that is in September. At the moment, it's over to us. Look forward to any feedback, particularly in that strategic framework places we start to go away and do some pondering on what that plan looks like, and we'll look forward to talking to you again in September.
Thank you very much for that, Chris. Great presentation, great discussion, and you've brought, I think, a lot of deep-seated thinking processes through to the councillors now going forward, because it's something we're going to have further discussions on, as far as aiding in the education and communication out there, and better practices than potentially what we're currently favouring. So thank you very much. Thank you, Phil.
Fantastic. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you.
Just through the chair, President, we have entered into the tile-wise scenarios. We'll be running a tile recycling service up in the transfer station. We're bringing in glass. We'll be looking at trying to get some funding out of the waste levy, because it's going up, over the next 3 years, it's going up $15 a tonne. So it's just another expense we're trying to counter. But thank you, Chris, and the team, and the regional team who are working together.
Yes, very much so. Thanks, Chris. Right, next report is, oh God, it's mine. Do you guys want me standing up there, or am I allowed to deliver reports from here? Thank you very much, Jane. Right, the next report is the appointment of the acting chief executive. That's the one you've only just got now, correct? This morning. Okay, so I'm hoping everybody's had a preview of that. Is everybody happy if I take that as being read? Mm-hmm. Yep, cool. Okay, so with that, the recommendation is that the council receive the report and that council confirm the appointment of Scott Baxendale as acting chief executive for Western District Council effective immediately. Centre, please. Councillor Davidson, Councillor Madeira, all in favour? Aye. Against? Carried. Thank you, everybody, for that one. Congratulations. Yes, congratulations, Scott. You might regret it shortly. Right, the next report is the commencement of recruitment process for a chief executive, and again, I'll take that report as read. And the resolution is that 1, council receive the report, and 2, council engage a suitably qualified recruitment agency to manage the recruitment of a new chief executive for Western District Council. We'll move and second, please. Councillor Casson, Councillor Beard, thank you very much. All in favour? Aye. Against? Carried. Thank you, everybody, for that. 2 quick reports might just about get us back to time. Right, so moving on, Linley, I see that we've got our guests here too, so We'll have Lindley and then we'll proceed to the next lot of presentations. Who's going to be this year? Thanks, Lindley. Financial performance for May 2024.
Good morning, Your Worship, councillors. Through Your Worship, I present the financial report for May. I'll take this there, and through Your Worship, I'll take any questions.
Questions, please, for Lindley. Stephen, sorry, councillor.
Can you just clarify the Mayor's Task Force funding in and out? Just all this all self-funding, so just.
It is self-funding, basically. So while we have got it in the annual plan for 24-25, we didn't have it in the annual plan for 23-24 because basically it should be a net zero. And it used to come in with another activity. We've now separated the activity out fully to its own activity. Does that help?
Sorry, well, I'm a little bit the same, because unbudgeted was the Mayor's Task Force and the Box Glacier water treatment, which is a job that's already been completed, and we're aware of the budget, so I'm not too sure quite why it's recorded as unbudgeted.
Because they weren't literally in the annual plan, but the revenue for Mayor's Task Force for Jobs and the expenditure should offset each other. Yeah. So it will show as an increase in revenue and also as an increase in expenses. So there could be some slight timing issues with the Mayor's Task Force. The water treatment plant is slightly different. That's a capital project.
Does it just cross over of time frame of the financial years?
I'm not sure. May I defer to
Yes,
on that one? Do you know about how the funding arose for the water treatment plant?
Yes, through the chair. Yeah, it was a grant that we were provided to the tourism infrastructure grant that we got to pay for that.
Change over money in, money out. Yes. Yeah. Another question for me, then the metered water charges are down again, which we're sort of getting into a repetitive pathway of that. Is that because we've under or overestimated utilisation of water?
The actual meter usage, yes, we have.
So is there anything that contributes to that?
Tourism numbers will mainly contribute to that, so it should have come up a little more. So we made allowance for an increase in tourism numbers, but we've obviously overstated.
Paul.
Through Your Worship, so we end of financial year, so we've just added $10 million onto the debt. From 27 to 37 million. Can we have a breakdown of all that for the next meeting?
Yeah. So of that debt, so we have pre-funded $3.5 million, which is short-term due next year, and we've offset that with a $3.5 million deposit to hold. So that $3.5 million deposit will repay the debt, and the interest is only marginally lower than what we're paying on the loan. There's also 5.7 million, which relates to the CCO changeover. That is offset by loans to the CCOs.
Is that the comment that the notes here? Consider the council offsetting the West Roads debt?
Yes, that's within the LGFA covenants, which ties in with how much we can borrow. So because West Roads is profitable, we can take that off of our total borrowings when we calculate our covenants for LGFA.
Thank you, that, Paul, because I had the same question. I just wanted some clarification to get that right in my understanding of things. Further questions for Lindley? Street maintenance and vegetation control, Earl, you might be able to assist with this because we're over budget, which is by 314,000, which is quite considerable. Is that because additional work's been added from council, which has put pressure on that budget? Because I know there has been a requirement from council for more to be done. And if that's where it's come from, it's important that council actually understands the repercussions that ratepayers bear out of wants as opposed to specific needs. That's, is that it?
Just, if I can assist, the 314,000 over budget, most of those expenses are West Roads costs. There's about 54,000 for chemicals from NZTA. Offsetting that is we are increasing the amount that we recover from NZTA. So within all our costs for land transport, we're allowed to move budgets. And when we recover from NZTA, we get 62% off of that. So even though it's over, 62% of it should be subsidised by NZTA. Sorry, over to you.
If I may, that the vegetation control is one that does tend to go over when we have more storm events. So we have issues with cleaning up. Following a storm event, we'll clean up from the event, but then we often have additional costs that flow on as a result, but we can't tend to that event. So it'd be trees falling across the road at odd times. So the other challenge as well that we have is good growing seasons, which makes it a little bit more challenging for mowing. So we have to increase the mowing frequency, spraying frequency to keep on top of those activities as well. There's a large cost come through just recently on the winter maintenance, and that's the supply of the product that we put on the road for de-icing. So additional to that as well.
So is that kind of resulted on pressure to cut budgets back, that we're taking things like that out that should be sitting in there to cover these shortfalls?
It's quite a variable one there. We've tried to increase it in past, and we still end up getting over it at times. It's quite a tricky one to forecast where we're actually going to land vegetation control.
Seasonally changing. Right, thank you. Thank you for that clarification. Appreciate it. Any further questions for Lily, please? No? Right. So if there's no further questions, the resolution is that the financial performance report for 31st May 2024 be received. Can I move receipt, please? Councillor Gillett, Councillor Baird, thank you very much. All in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you very much, Lily. Thank you. And team supporting, thank you very much. Right, the next report is the representation review decision. Inslee, please. And we welcome Councillor Booth and Secretary.
Good morning, Mayor and Councillors. This is to present the submissions to the representation review initial decision and allow for deliberation and a resolution on the final decision.
Right. Yep. And questions, please. Sorry. Paul.
Through your worship, so this was last done 6 years ago, and is this an opportunity to update? I don't see it in the recommendation, to reflect the area implementation through Kaitanga?
Not really, no. This is about representation of elected members.
Can you be a bit more specific?
The representation review, current representation arrangements. I don't understand why it doesn't reflect the fact that we have area representation.
That's a separate agreement to the election.
Understand.
Are you saying that the fact that we have iwi sitting at our table should be included in the report? Right. Right.
This is for the representation as far as elected members are concerned.
Under the Local Government Act, as far as legal requirements.
Partnership
Yeah.
agreement at the table and not through election.
Doesn't say this in the local government act.
No, but it's what Leslie's saying, it's not under the Local Government Act, that requirement. If you were elected members, then it would be, because we would be under that different,
And the decision
structure.
already made up by the board previously. So,
So do we reaffirm that the iwi representation at any point?
Sorry?
Do we reaffirm iwi representation?
that would be through a separate report for the partnership agreement.
which we are actually today. Just way up. I've got a comment. I've read the submissions that came in, and to be honest, I actually agree with the Morgans on this. I think a 2, 2 and 2 representation is something that I have been thinking about lately. Council representation in Western is difficult because we are 440 something kilometres in length. But it's time demanding, and we've got a lot of councillors that work. But with that, we've also got a lot of councillors that have those day jobs that also pour their heart and soul into representation daily by communication, being available and attending public engagements as far as just interacting with their wider communities. So it's a difficult one because to me personally, I see being a councillor as being respective of who voted you in, not necessarily the fact you've got to perform to what you stood for, but you are representing the communities that voted you in and trust in you. So that interaction with them is really the day-to-day part of councillor representation and requirement. Just attending meetings is really not what it's about, especially in regions like what we've got, when we are so community focused and driven. It's my sentiments, my thoughts. South Western's the larger area and we have 2 council representations there. I know it's done by population base and spread, but when I look at the coverage, and I'm going back to even when I was on council training before last, when I look at the work that councillors do, I actually think that the central and northern wards could survive quite handsomely with 2 councillors per ward.
Yeah, just make it clear, I know that the Morgans have stated about the pot of money. That will reduce. If you reduce number of councils, that will reduce, so you don't get more because...
And I know they were looking at that would be spread out, which would be a better way of doing it because it's then respecting the work and ethic that's there.
Yeah, so the pot will reduce, so you won't get any more. But obviously, we will have to actually carry out reviewing borders and surveys through the mesh blocks and everything. So we'll have to purchase those.
I just think it's time that Wellington actually revisited the structure because it's age old, and the reasoning of what worked back then is different to what works now. I don't actually see that the funding should be reduced because the population doesn't reduce accordingly with less councillor representation. I think it's something that's worth having a discussion with other councils and communities and with Wellington. The structure has never really been restructured as such. It's age old. That's just my opinion.
Yeah, just through the chair, would the pool of funding actually really reduce? Because if the workload did go up, the remuneration authority would have to reassess that.
It's not the way they calculate it. Not at the moment. There was a survey out, they're looking to make changes, but at the moment that's not the way it works.
That's the thing, I'm pleased they are revisiting it because that was actually part of their discussion paper, was the fact of work that's going into it from the council perspective, is that they're not being fair and equitably compensated for their time. So it is good to know that that is starting to be a discussion point. Paul?
I think there's also a bit about the invisible councillor.
Yeah.
Well, visibility is the power of some when you put it to any good use.
Well, there was a dig at that, wasn't there?
Yeah. Oh, to be honest, I've only ever read their names in the newspaper. They've never called me or anything like that. So,
but this is also part of what I was saying. It's not up to people contacting you. It's you.
Yeah, I know.
It's councillors having that
I'm just-
visibility and
yeah.
approachability out there,
Yeah.
which is the big thing. I mean, you talk to councillors that actually attend. Doesn't matter if it's a playground opening or what. People come up to you to interact and engage.
And ultimately, though, people get to vote on whether they want you there every 3 years or not as well. And there's no perfect system. And also, the only other thing is there's a lot of professional politicians around the country, and not all staff in this either. Whereas, you know, having people who are working and involved, like that's, there's pros and cons both ways.
I think it's important to remember too, that those, the public occasions, like the playground, obviously, but there's a lot of other occasions when I think probably all of us are available, but are all available by phone. We are all available in the supermarket, walking down the street, in our day jobs, whatever. So, the public occasions is just one part of it.
I cringe at ribbon cuttings anyway, particularly they're just political platforms and not just anything.
Yes, okay, councillor, thank you for your personal opinion on that one, that's fine. Yes, we are.
Yeah.
Councillor Casey.
Lucy, not seeking continue, but just seeking further clarification that if we were to lose 2 councillors, the pool of money doesn't then get divided. It's existing, it does reduce, so the logic and lead is around that $10,000 more per councillor, right? Okay.
Not at this stage. Right, so is there any more questions for Leslie with the report? Discussion? No? Okay. Well, the resolution is quite a lengthy one. So the resolution is that one council received the report, council here received the written submissions, council deliberates on the submissions to the representation review in the open part of the meeting. Does everybody want to individually go through those, or is everybody quite happy with the reading of those submissions? I'm hoping you all have. Council resolved to remain with the status quo, 3 wards being the Hokitika, Northern and Southern wards. No change to the number of councillors. Councillors are elected by the electors of 2 or more wards. D, community boards are not established. Point 5, council directs staff to notify the public of the final decision. Do I have a mover and seconder, please? Councillor Beard, Councillor Phelps, all in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Leslie, very much for that. Right, so moving on, we go to statement of intent. Leslie, it's your lead again, sorry, regarding statement of intent for Bristol.
Thank you. What I will do is actually hand over to the boards of the respective CPOs to actually speak to this.
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you, Mark, and welcome. And Graham?
Your Worship, councillors, officers, we appreciate this opportunity to present the Westroads Statement of Intent for 2024-2025. I'll take the document as read, however, being Westroads' first SOI presentation directly to council, since the shareholding changes were announced, I will add some supplementary commentary to specific items, taking questions at the end, if that's okay with all. Noting the first few pages provide overview to reporting requirements and operations, I'll move to page 7, objectives of the company. A, returning a distribution that makes a significant contribution is by way of subvention payments and dividend. This is very important. Westroads has delivered consistent returns over its 25 years, including up to last year. I will summarise Westroads' 23-24 year-end forecast position at the end of this document under item 15, financial forecasts. But note now that we are budgeting to continue subvention and dividend payments in the 24-25 budget. B, maintaining a significant presence. We employ 65 staff across the district, including 52 in the field. We have plants spread across our Westland depots. C, successfully bidding for contestable contracts. We participate actively in the market, tracking tender success rate. In the Westland District this year, we've won 58 tenders at a 37% success rate. We always want to do better in this area, but note that by participating, we're ensuring competition in the market while also delivering our own works at market rates. Page 9, governance. Director rotation. Peter Cuff is retiring at this AGM. Peter is not standing, again, a new director will be sought. Page 10, performance targets. Financial performance targets. To be in excess of 10% or net profit to shareholders' funds. Budgeted SOI financials for 24-25, based on the detail further on, are at 11.04%. Social performance targets. We have these aspects integrated into our strategic priorities. Regarding sponsorship, I note that Westroads has contributed cash and in-kind delivery to local primary and secondary schools, sports clubs and community organisations. Page 11, performance targets continue. Employee and safety performance measuring. Notifiable events reported to WorkSafe is 0 year to date and continues to be the benchmark. TRIFR is at 0.4 year to date, well under the 1.5 target level. Training expenditure is on track. Staff turnover is slightly above at 20.16. Page 12, ratio of consolidated shareholders' funds to total assets. Currently the ratio is forecast at 57.4% for 23-24 compared to 57% to last year, and is expected to continue to be well in excess of the 45% minimum threshold. Page 13, capital expenditure and procedures for acquisition of other interests. These are the control levels in place to provide council oversight of any potential material acquisitions. 5-year capital expenditure budgeting is completed annually as part of our total budgeting cycle. Pages 15 to 17, reporting to shareholders. This section fulfills our statutory requirements, including this report meeting items 13.2, final statement of intent, and 13.5, annual budget. Further, what is down as 13.5 quarterly report should be 13.6 quarterly report. Apologies for this oversight. This quarterly report will be developed in liaison with Westland District Council to ensure that you as a council have the transparency you require, presented in a way to ensure any commercial sensitivities of Westroads are maintained as we transition to the new direct to council reporting lines. Page 19, financial forecasts. I presented the 6-monthly update in February to provide context to the current market realities underpinning the 24-25 SOI budgets presented here. I will give an update to you on the last few months. The revenue forecast to June is 25.7 million. This is $3 million short of the 23-24 budget. Westland is $2 million short, Trenching Dynamics is $1 million short, and Grey District is in line. We're delivering an overall margin of 20% versus budgeted 18%, indicating a continuation of the enhanced operational efficiency witnessed in the first 6 months. Westland and Trenching Dynamics are ahead, with Grey in line. For next financial year, we need more revenue. As signalled in February, it was a tight first 6 months, but a stronger forecast second 6 months. This has been the case. Field forward work continues to be in line with budget. With reasonable forward works in Westland and Trenching Dynamics continuing, we anticipate revenue being back in line on a year-to-date basis with the 23-24 budgeted SOI turnover numbers. In addition, the winning of the Grey Utilities contract sees the increase in total gross revenue to that presented for this 24-25 financial year SOI budget and back in line with the 22-23 year. Finally, I would like to thank Western District Council staff who have assisted Westroads in the reporting transition and lead up to this presentation. A particular mention to Leslie for her work regarding loan requirements and SOI detail and preparation for this meeting. Thank you, and I welcome questions.
Thank you very, very much for that, Mark. And the change of the captain at the ship is very apparent in the change of the report and what's in the report, and I thank you very much for that, and also to the relationship that you've created with Leslie. Her job's not easy when she's not just got council, but she's got CCOs, and the transfer of information being in a timely manner and a cooperative manner is, I think, greatly appreciated by Leslie and therefore by us as well, so thank you very, very much for that. Excellent presentation there. There's fingers going up in all directions. I'll start. This is the first one I saw. Councillor Casson.
Thanks, Mark. 2 questions. First one, in terms of the board, you're saying with Peter rolling off, you're looking at a new member. Was the board not 3 members originally? And I believe Rod came on to shadow Peter, or my role there?
Well, as long as I've been on, it's been 4. It's been 4. Yeah.
you. Second question, I know we've discussed this a few times, but asset disposal, it's not mentioned in the SOI. DWL have mentioned it in theirs. Can you just confirm your policy around that for us, please? What the dollar figure that triggers?
Oh, so that is the material numbers within there, which is 500,000 and 750,000.
And that's disposal as well. Okay. Thank you.
Sorry, Councillor Manera.
Yeah, through the chair. Spence, sponsorship you're talking about before. Do you sponsor West Wild Foods in any way? No. Do you do any work for them at Wild Foods?
It's just like a call.
Stages and light equipment. So they pay for it.
I had a question.
Yes, sorry,
Is
Councillor.
it 65 staff over the district or districts? Is it
It's like Western District.
Western District? Okay. And the other thing is just well done in getting that Grey District facility contract.
Thank you.
On that, guys. Yep.
So 65 minutes of multi staff count in other districts?
Total at the moment is 115.
Yeah, it's rising. Yeah, we're about 115, we're at about 125 in the next couple of months. And after Western, does it go Grey and then Christchurch, or have you got more in Canterbury than you do in Grey, or what's the sort of split?
Christchurch and then Canterbury.
Anything further, team? No. Getting off lightly. Graham looks so nervous when he's standing up there. Look, I know in the agenda, it's in the program for today, it's listed down as moving and receiving these reports collectively, but I would like to separate the two out. So the first one is move and receive the please for resolution that the report from West Roads be received. And that council adopt the West Road Statement of Intent for 2025 and direct staff to make the Statement of Intent available on the Western District Council website within 1 month of this date for a period of no less than 7 years. So can I have a move and second to that, please? Councillor Casson, Councillor Burden, all in favour? Aye. Carried. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Greatly appreciated for your time. Right, so next we have Chris, please, for Destination Westland. Actually, before I hand the floor to you, Chris, sorry, now that you got there, I just would like to officially acknowledge and thank Western Holdings for the work that they have done over the duration of their term as a board, and thank Joanne and her team for their time and dedication and focus to their roles. And I think it's something that we haven't actually officially documented to date. So I'd just like to make sure we get that included, please, at this time. So I will now hand over to you, Chris, to take the floor.
Thank you, Worship, and councillors and officers. Glad to be here. Just one apology, unfortunately, Mel, our Chief Executive, the meeting was last week, which she had plans outside of Hokitika today, so she hasn't able to attend today, so it's an apology. Peter, the Golden Wave Directors, has joined me today as well. Cool. We're in a different situation than West Roads because we're going through quite a lot of change, as you're aware of, by the CCO review. So our statement of intent has changed a little bit, but not a lot. We provided it back in February. We've made a small amount of change, refreshed our strategy, which now needs a lot of work to implement. And we've obviously put in the financial covenants for the LGFA and taken out references to Western Holdings. So they're the main changes to the SOI. So I'll take that as read and quite keen to take any questions on the statement of intent.
Thank you, Chris. We will take that as read also. Questions, please.
Chris, the company valuation, so give me a breakdown of what constitutes the value of DW. Is it primarily the pension of housing stock? What is it?
It's all of that. The airport obviously is a large proportion of the valuations that sit within there, and then yes, there's pension housing and our land and assets that we have.
Just following on from that, in the forecasting year, budgeted for 24-25, 140,000 net turn. I would look at the 4.4 million and only getting 140 returns. Would you find that acceptable?
I think based on the makeup of the assets which we're all aware of, we're in a review situation. I think when you look deeply into it, where the revenue comes from, I think it is acceptable in that we're managing high value assets which require a lot of capital expenditure to keep them up. In fact, if you look at the airport asset in particular, the cost to operate an airport is very rarely, particularly regional, very rarely a profitable entity. So I think us putting forward a profit as such at this level is acceptable in today's environment, yeah, based on what this company actually manages and does.
Just to clarify, I can't remember from the annual report meeting we had, but the revenue that the airport gets in landing fees is what, between 1 and 200,000 a year? Is it that low?
It's not high, yeah.
Why is it so low?
That's based on the use of the airport, so the amount of planes that are landing. I mean, we're only a small regional airport. Yeah. Landing fees are contentious as well. We've got to balance that kind of thing within New Zealand as well. We don't want them to be thinking that it's too expensive to come here either, so there's a real balance, and it's pretty market competitive on what we're achieving. It's more around flow that drives the actual revenue.
A lot of the revenue that the airport makes just off its property assets rather than its actual aviation activities. So it's more of a landlord than an airport.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I think so. And obviously it'll be our property and our pension housing. The heliport has improved a lot. We didn't have the best weather through summer. Lack of the gods, I suppose. We had lots and lots of visitors. So that's a real opportunity for us going forward if the weather plays its part this season. Certainly a lot of people around. But yeah, it is a challenging business from a revenue perspective.
And that's pretty common with regional airports.
100%. Yeah, most regional airports are topped up and supported by their local councils or wider, yeah, because it is challenging. Yeah. We're doing our best to try and not have huge volume.
Again, this statement of intent is a lot more bolder and more strengthened than previous ones, which is very, very pleasing to see, because they certainly needed to have some improvements done to the SOI. So thank you, Chris, for being all over that. It's not before time, and yes, there's a lot still to be done and tidied up and worked on. Yep, but this is a damn good start, so very grateful for that. Did I see your hand up again, Councillor Phelps?
No, I was just cursing my computer.
Not there to hear that. Is there anything further for Chris, please? No?
Is the wild foods report a separate issue, right?
Yes, it is. It is next. Okay. So if there's nothing further for that, then again, the resolution is that the report from Destination Westland Limited be received, that Council approve the Destination Westland 2024-2027 Statement of Intent as presented, and that Council direct staff to make the Statement of Intent available on Western District Council website within 1 month of the date for a period of no less than 7 years. Do I have a mover and seconder for that, please? Councillor Beard, seconder, please. Councillor Cason, all in favour? Mary, thank you very much. Thanks, Chris, very much for that. Surely you want to just stay there and hi-ho roll straight into the next one? This one just might be a little bit more contentious for you, so anyway, the floor is yours on the wild foods.
Cool. No worries. And again, I'll take it as read, but maybe touch on 1 or 2 points as I go through the report, and then at the end, happy to take questions to any part of the report. We have to be balanced in what we produce in the public arena, because it is a commercial entity at the moment, so I've done my best to give the information you're looking for, and I will also do my best to answer the questions with the absence of our Chief Executive, but I'll do my best to answer your questions as we go through. So the summary of the actual financials, it is 3 years. I know we're looking for 4 years, but we had a year off. If you remember, we had to postpone the event, so that's shown in the middle there. So the middle year is really 2 years build up. So that's what's driven that cost a little bit higher, as we carried some lost costs for when we had to postpone the event. but the actual event itself in 22 was quite successful in that space. The other things I'll point out that the indirect costs, before the questions come, they are simply the costs associated with other staff members working on Wild Foods in the seasonal time. We have to transfer some costs associated with their hours and a few other insurance things. So the indirect costs piece is ascertained by that. The positive side is that we had the number of stallholders has increased over the last 3 or 4 years. As you'll see, in 18 community events, we don't charge the community providers for those stalls, so they have them for free, and most of them sort of make around $2,000. So just there's over $40,000 probably going back to our community just from the stall holders alone. So quite a positive outcome, and the event has, out of all events across New Zealand, this event certainly has that really strong community orientation where a lot of the actual profit or funding is actually pushed out to those community organisations. So the financials show exactly the event, but it certainly doesn't show the wider impact that this event has on the community, and I think that's something to keep in mind as you sort of work through that. But attendance numbers have grown through that period, and we've held a pretty stable result for the last 3 or 4 years, if I'm honest, in regards to the numbers attending. I think look, a couple of comments on the report that was completed a year or so ago. 91% of West Coast residents felt the Wild Foods Festival had a positive impact on the community. I mean, that's pretty cool to have a result like that. So a lot of the community see how important it is to them, and I think that's useful. I won't touch on too much more. I think the slide that shows you all of the community involvement from not even from just Western District but wider now, where people are getting involved in supporting it, but also spreading it wider, and there's a lot more investment in that side. And the final point I will probably make is on the last slide, just talk to you about our challenges. You'll see that the event is heavily reliant on sponsorship and council support to get it through. It is a risk for us. Every year we have to go out and continue to fight for that sponsorship and that investment to keep the event happening, and it would be very challenging if we didn't achieve that each year. So I think that the team has done a great job of getting that skill funding to support us, so it's not all raining on council. It is really well heavily weighted towards sponsorship, which is those numbers. So I'll stop there, because I've covered lots, and just take questions.
Questions, please, Chris. Councillor Baird.
Just to note, it is a shame your CEO's not here to represent this as well.
Yeah, I apologise.
And with the report, there's no evidence in supporting the statement. So it would be quite nice to have a bit of a more detailed financial report.
I think if we're going to go down to that next level, we are sliding into the management space a little bit. I would prefer, because we are protecting some of the commercial outcomes of this as well. I'd be happy to have a workshop or do something separate where we can actually work with council on all the confidential situations, but we're going to right down to that detail. I think there's some commercial sensitivities in some of the information. Not all, but some. But I would also be happy to take questions, take requests and provide information to councils as well.
We have actually been asking for figures for the last few years, and so it's pretty basic.
Yeah, we've done the high level ones there, but I think it's a fair question, and if council would like to have a workshop on Wild Foods, which I would recommend, we could actually go into more detail and have a really good discussion around the next phase for Wild Foods as well. So I'd be open to that.
Thank you, Chris. I think you, yes, we certainly need to be doing that, because as Councillor Baird has said, the information that has been requested for more than the last 3 years, and I'm going back to when I was on council previously, we never got the information, and when we did, it was very short, it was lacking, and it wasn't acceptable considering that A, it's a CCO of council that's operating it, and B, that council props it up. So we're not stepping into operational by any means. We are accountable to the ratepayers, and we need the information so that we can be accountable, because if it's not performing to how it should be, it needs to be looked at as to why and what can be done to get it to a performing level. The gate numbers, I have to question those on how they are, because they're very rounded. The information since Councillor Casson and Mike were leading it has dropped off dramatically. I mean, there is no information that comes forward to council, and we should be the first port of call for any wrap-up report at the end of each year that the Wild Foods is held.
I think they're fair comments, and I'm very supportive of doing some form of restructuring with all the passion that you need, because I agree with what you're saying.
Paul?
Through your worship, so total of what you're saying here, I mean, we've just done the statement of intent, which says that communication policy was reviewed in September last year, with that communication between Destination Western and the council. I'd love to see it, because it hasn't exactly performed up to expectation, that's for sure. So that's the first thing I would say. The second thing is, and this is my personal opinion, I don't believe that the Wild Foods belongs in a CCO, let alone under the council. I think it's time to look at putting it back out to a community organisation.
I think there's some benefits in discussing that, to be fair. You know, we can't access certain funding and things either from where we're set up as a company, so we support what you're saying.
Councillor Phelps?
5 or 10 years ago, I just remember reading a newspaper article that Destination Western was actually going to shut down its events arm because it was a loss-making enterprise, basically, and it affected your bottom line. But then it was directed at the time, due to whatever the political dynamics were around the council table, that it should carry on doing it. Would you be relieved if this was something you guys weren't forced to do?
I think I reflect on the direction from the CCO review around, you know, streamlining, focusing on fewer things and looking to move more towards profitability. And this probably isn't perfectly aligned with it.
Because, I mean, events, it's not even just...
There's a lot of risk with this.
Yeah, it's not just sort of Poxy and council ones either. Like, even the America's Cup doesn't make money, it needs to be subsidised, but you can't possibly fail with these events sometimes and the people championing them, because either it makes a profit and they say, oh, it's profitable. If it doesn't, well, it made us feel good and it instilled a certain amount of pride and rah, rah, rah. So, yeah, I just think, fold it off to a community group. You guys don't have to worry about it anymore.
Well, I think, you know, workshop needs to be had, so we get a full understanding of it. Because the other side of this is the value to the community groups, and we're not talking 2 or 3 community groups, we're talking the majority of what we have throughout Westland.
Reading this, it would be cheaper just to give them a fraction of the management fees that the community groups are actually getting. Just cut out the middleman.
That's fine, but we need to look at the big picture with this too, because it's also the goodwill to the community.
The tangible benefits of, you know, the motels, the restaurants, all that sort of stuff.
They will be able to look at a little bump in their earnings and zero in March, and it's worth their while to pay the money.
Well, there's also the goodwill aspect from it. So, as you know, everybody's got opinions on this, but we need to look at where we go with this and making informed decisions going forward.
Money around on vibes, though.
We're not throwing money around on vibes.
In this report.
That's fine, Councillor Phelps, but we will bring this through for further discussion by way of a workshop, because
the discussion now, public forum.
well, the workshop will be in a public forum as well, but there's a lot more information to come forward. There is some sensitive information.
What more information do we need, realistically?
Look, there's not a lot in here to make a
What more information do you need to make?
I would like to see the actual, what these figures are based on, for starters. You can't tell me 700 people to the dot go through the gate. I know at 7,000, I know tickets would be given away, and that's probably been at the detriment to the performance of the...
The deficit would be even higher than what's reported.
And has it got the ability to actually come out even?
Can we answer those questions now, though?
It's up to Chris, I think, as to whether he
there's two things there. One, the chief executive needs to be here for these discussions.
And that's not our fault.
Councillors, be respectful, please.
I did. To be fair, the council meeting moved from last week to this week, and she did have a out of Whakatinga event, so I'm not holding no accountable for that. But I think also your questions are fair. I think if we actually provide that detail in a more confidential situation, we should have a robust debate, because there's obviously the need for that at council level as well, to agree where it sits. And I'll be guided by you in regards to what you think you want to do next with this issue.
Councillor Gillett.
Your Worship, I don't really want this to be a beat-up session on DW, specifically on this, because I just want to clarify the reason that DW runs the Wild Food Festival is primarily because council directs you to do that and pays you a management fee. Is that correct? 100%. And if we didn't direct you and didn't pay you a management fee, you would drop this like a hot potato.
I'm not going to answer that question, but I am directed by council to run Wild Food.
Yeah.
And it also came through reviews, continue running. So
And from discussions with other people around this table, I'm of the impression that most people don't want the council to carry on.
Well, that's fine, but we will have that discussion in the proper forum.
We've been on the council
Can
for a
we-
year and a half,
Councillor
or 2
Phelps?
years now, we keep kicking this down the road, it's ridiculous.
I'm sorry, councillor Phelps, that we have never kicked this down the road. This
Well,
is the
we
first
have.
time, we have not. This
We
is-
had a CCO review, and we're now what, well over halfway through our term.
Councillor Phelps, part of that review is not just to do with Wild Foods.
No, I
It's the
know,
whole
but it's
structure
part of
which is
it.
we're working through. This is the first time we've brought Wild Foods to the table for a discussion point based on the report that was to be presented. And unfortunately, the report doesn't contain all the information that we were seeking, and we don't have the CE here to answer to a lot of that information.
Can I just ask a very simple yes or no question? Will we make a decision on this before the end of the current training?
Yes, we will be.
Okay.
I would say we'll be having a discussion or a workshop with this within the next month, and we'll be having it back on the agenda for July.
Fantastic, thank you.
Because signs are already out for next year's, we haven't had a discussion on what that looks like, and we need to actually have that discussion at the table, a proper one. But the information we're looking at today is well, what we really need to be looking at going forward.
It certainly doesn't look like a strong appetite for it, does it, round the table?
And I would say just because a sign's gone up doesn't mean it's chiseled into.
No, it doesn't mean that at all, but we will be doing things through the right avenues.
Through here as well, from a sports field, because that's what Cascaware primarily is, a sports field. I do think that these, the Wild Food Festival being Dunedin Children's Day possibly does a hell of a lot of damage. And so whether, if we are going to hold these events, we look at another place for it. How do you feel about that?
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, I think that's part of the discussion that we have the workshop. We're open to anything, we'll be guided by council.
Just a comment, because really what you want TW to be is a CCTO, don't you? You want to make a profit.
That's the guidance.
So this is part of a path of sorting out where DW should be.
Why don't we camp?
Not a CCO, but a CCTO.
Councillor Casey.
Chris, I see where you did probably 7, 8, 9 years ago doing the same report. Just want to go through, you talked around commercial nature and confidentiality. I guess other than how much each of your sponsors pay you and maybe how much you're getting from grants, what elements do you see within here that are confidential that we can discuss in public?
I think there's the need to keep some momentum around the actual event as well. So discussing things could build lack of confidence in some of the supporters as well. So we just have to be careful around the brand and making sure that we're actually giving it back to the community in very much shape it comes out as. And we're protecting that information a little bit as well, because if we lose confidence in some of the people that are investing in this, we have some real struggles as well. So there's that element as well as the detail of individual sponsorships. Another two probably critical ones.
Through the chair as well, over the years, obviously it was very community minded. Like every school, every, you know, had a toffee apple store there or whatever. But now it's more, you'd have to agree, it's more commercial, the ones from maybe Christchurch,
I think that's,
all those sort of ones come on the gate.
Yeah. Yes, I think it is. We've tried to turn this event into something that doesn't cost the community a lot of money. So we've got a real balance between commercial and community involvement now. I agree.
Paul.
Through your worship, of course, we're only one storm away from a disaster with this.
Yes.
It only will take, I mean, God has smiled on this one.
3 years.
and years.
Even with COVID, we snuck one in.
Yeah, and it will only, but I mean, it's inevitable that we're going to have a disastrous weather event that's going to tie in with Wild Foods, and all of a sudden this is going to be a huge loss, and everyone will be questioning, well, why should we be doing this? So the question that needs to be answered now about the council's involvement with this. Next month is fine, we pull together all the information, but let's not push it around anymore.
No, I heartily agree. It's not to be pushed around anymore, but I think that it's not just really saying, no, that's it, that's canned. There's a little bit more in that, and that we've got a responsibility to our community, so you actually utilise that, eh?
No one suggested canned.
Well, your neighbour has.
No, I think you're suffering under the illusion that just because the council doesn't do it, it won't happen. And that's not necessarily the case.
No, it's not. You're quite right. And I'm not suffering under any disillusion whatsoever, but that's part of the conversation that has to happen with Destination Western as to what the next steps look like and how that would be done. you're wanting to put an axe through today and then saying, right, well, that's what we're deciding to do. You need to sort out how that's going to be structured or what you're going to do going forward. We're going to do things the right way, which means we're going to discuss it. We're going to work through that aspect and we'll make a firm decision next month.
Fantastic. I just have a question to the Chief of Chris as well. So most events, to my mind, there's the cost of running it, and that cost can fairly well be recouped through ticket sales, sponsors, vendors and so on and so forth, right? If those people who are benefiting from the event, and you can charge them at point of entry, you can charge sponsorship advertising, if they're not willing to pony up because they don't think it's worth their while, you've got ratepayers coming into the rescue to subsidise it, basically. That's effectively the model at the moment, right? Because
Although the lion's share of the shortfall was from sponsorship.
yeah, so if you left a $90,000 gap, people have assuming there's no other efficiencies to be gained running the event, that's $90,000 you can get out of either your attendees, your stall holders, or your sponsors and advertisers, effectively, right? And if no one's willing to do that, you just have to assume people don't value the event being held. I can't see what other conclusion you can come to.
I want to put my personal perspective on that.
Yeah.
Discussion.
Your Worship, the council view is correct. And somehow along the way, it's kind of lost its way, and it has become more commercial focused. And the number of local community groups and community stalls and it's dwindled. And just become this whole focus on this corporate type structure of it and perception of Wild Foods. We had a stall at the very first Wild Foods and the first three that were held at the old Red Lion site. And every single one of those stalls were local groups. And every single one of them were genuine Wild Foods from around. Not the quirky type one that you have now, the fear factor and all that sort of rubbish. And it really worked, but along the way it's morphed into this big corporate, glossy type thing. And I just don't think, I think we've lost the way with it. But I'm not suggesting for a minute that we would drop it, because it's a great value for the town. And all I'm suggesting is that, which is the agreement around the table, I'm sure, is that it doesn't fit here. It doesn't fit in the CCO or the council and the corporate structure at all. A community group would be able to get it back onto an even keel where it was in the past, without getting too big for its boots.
Great. Anybody further with that?
No, I just remember one of those festivals down at the Red Lion. The storm actually came through and blew the tent down. And we still survived.
The only final comment I'll add as well is that just be wary of mistaking the council and the community for one and the same. They're two different things.
They are totally one and the same, and two different things, sorry. But we also have a responsibility to the community. So Chris, if we can put it that next month, this may sort of lead you into perhaps forwarding on to some discussions externally as far as what other options look like as far as putting it out into the community, so that we come together, we can have a really solid discussion and look at what steps need to be taken going forward as far as council's involvement or not, and then what it looks like as far as a structure going forward. But it gives you the opportunity to have engage with anybody else you see fit to engage with regarding it as well.
Yep, I appreciate it. I've already started work on recommendations and thoughts and ideas and more discussions, and we're very happy to have another short term.
Okay. Is everybody quite happy with that? Yeah. And we'll look forward to making a decision on it. Does that work for you for next month's agenda? Right. So with that, do you still wish to have a workshop with us, or are you happy to?
Yeah, I still think there's value in us being able to have a robust discussion in the closed, kind of confidential space, I think. Right. Could could be a balanced way of doing that. So whether we can have this in some of the discussion and confidential, I don't know, that's for you to decide, but I would appreciate us to be able to have real honest, open conversations around where things are at, so.
If I can have an indication of what that confidential component looks like, then we can make a judgment call on whether
We'll
commercial sensitivity needs to be factored into that.
Just means we can put all the information on the table, we have all the information available, and we avoid the commercial sensitivities that maybe exist for some parts of it.
Councillor Kessler?
We need to have a workshop to be able to have that conversation because we can't make informed decisions off.
No, we can't.
Rounded numbers to the nearest 500 and the sponsorship figure we can't talk about.
Councillor Neil?
I was just going to say there is a granularity that we can't have at the moment that would come out in that environment to Chris.
Yeah, value.
I'm quite happy to have a conversation with you outside of this session as well with that.
I think we're all aligned.
Yeah, I think so. I think so. So with that, I'll take it that we will roll this through to next month's agenda with a look of a discussion, firm discussion around the table with more delicate information between now and then, and we'll come together with a report in July for a final decision. So if everybody's happy with that, can I have a move and a second to please resolve that the presentation from Destination Westland be received with that action for next month? Thank you, Councillor Davidson. Councillor Phelps, all in favour? Carried. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you, Chris, very much for that. And Peter, thank you for standing beside him through that. You probably appreciated the moral support. Thanks, guys, very, very much. Mark, enjoy your long weekend, but I'll give you a phone call afterwards.
Yeah, that'd be wonderful.
Yes.
Cool. Enjoy my
Thank you.
Happy holidays.
Right, so with that, we will stop for lunch. We do not need to then have that meeting duration discussion, because we're already over it, and we're going to break for lunch. Yeah, we just need to. All right, so can I have a move sector, please, that we break for lunch? Councillor Collette. Councillor Phelps. All right.
Why isn't that working? Because I need to. That's better.
And into the afternoon session of the council meeting. So welcome, Francois has now joined us live on the stream. Welcome, Francois. Any members of the public that have joined us, welcome. And we will get this afternoon's proceedings going because we are now live, Di. Ready to go? Yes, thank you. So first up, we have the Council Controlled Organisation CCO Oversight Committee Terms of Reference. Thanks, Ms. Leslie.
I'll take the terms of reference as being read. These have come about through the CCO review and PwC recommendation of having an oversight committee, which Council agreed to. In writing these, I have looked at several other council committee terms of reference that have an oversight over their CCOs. Quite happy for you to change them, or you may want to consider waiting till the committee is up and running and then reviewing them through the committee, making recommendations back to council. It's up to you.
All right, questions for Leslie, please. Clarification, questions?
Josh.
Well, I'm sorry.
Sorry, Councillor Gleed.
Well, I've read it and it's fine. I don't see any issues with it. Documents.
Tidy piece of work.
Yep.
So, right, is everybody quite happy with that? Thank you, Leslie. It was, it's actually,
Oh, just something like, you know, the issue with director appointments is controversial, but it's important here. So.
Thank you, Councillor Gleed. So the resolution is that the report be received and that Council adopts the Council Controlled Organisation Oversight Committee Terms of Reference. Do I have a mover and a seconder, please? Mover, Councillor Gleed, seconder, Councillor Casson, all in favour? Carried. Thank you very much. And Leslie, just stay there. Council Controlled Organisation Director Appointment Policy, please.
So every council is required to have a director appointment policy when you have CCOs, sort of council controlled organisations. What we've done is to update this one based on the fact we don't have Westland Holdings anymore, added a few items in, just beefed it up a little bit more in some areas, particularly the process and remuneration. Happy to take questions.
Questions, please. Councillor Casson.
Leslie, I may have missed it, but I didn't see anything on there around.
I can't hear you.
I didn't see anything in there around directors rolling on and rolling off after a certain number of terms. Is that no longer an introduced practice to have clauses in there around that stuff?
Sorry, it's cold. I can't hear you.
Oh yeah, sorry if you've run online.
Slowly.
Yeah,
Slowly, yeah.
I can't see anything in there around directors rolling off after, say, 3 consecutive terms. Is there a reason we have precluded that?
No, because it's kind of under reappointment.
Yeah, so there's not a hard and fast rule that applies after 3 terms. The members need to roll off and can come back another time. Okay.
Because the previous policy did have a maximum term like 10 years, I think, before that you could.
Yeah, I think that really is up to the actual CCOs at the time. I don't think you need to have a limit.
So With Westroads then, so that was one of the problems, because in their policy it had 5 years. And then they just decided to roll it over for basically all of them, with some of them on there, well, Peter's been on there since it started.
Yeah.
So it is better, I think, to have a finite date there, so there is a
I'll
form
tell
of
you if you
control.
want. The way it's written is really that's up to the actual oversight committee, but also having that governance where that director is actually saying, well, this is the actual contribution I've made. So you could actually say, right, your limit is this, and you lose that person because of the limit, and yet they're really making a good contribution.
Yeah.
So it's a trade-off between what you want.
I'd still prefer to have a maximum term because it just forces you to lock fresh ideas, even if you haven't really thought you need new ideas. I mean, a director might be fine, but companies need to grow and evolve and change at times, and fresh young blood coming in is need to grow, I think.
So in that respect then, does it mean that that director can still say, well, I am putting myself up for re-nomination?
They can do, but they're not just, with this policy itself, we're not just saying it's automatic. They can prove why they should be, and it is then up to the chairperson of that subcommittee to actually potentially speak to other directors or carry out due diligence as to whether they should. It's not just an automatic carryover. But you can put a limit in if you want. That's up to you.
Councillors, what's your thoughts on that?
I was just going to say, I mean, you've got the ability to remove anyone at any time as part of due process. I mean, you hate to have to get rid of someone who's doing a good job just because you put this straitjacket around yourself, but you don't feel any need to be overly kind if you've got someone there who's not performing, you want to move them on either. I just think it's better off to have the flexibility rather than just having a rigid rule there. I mean, it's our job to assess how the directors are performing. You could say someone was within their term and they weren't performing anyway, you still want to move them on. What's the difference? Really, I think you might be better off having that flexibility, but I don't know.
It's not our role to move them on, though, it is the oversight committee's role.
Who's on the oversight? Council?
I think in hindsight, under the previous Western Holdings structure, there was definitely an element where we had no ability as councillors to control the directors, but I guess really there is that more control, so maybe the policy is satisfactory.
Yes, because when we think about that difference in structure there, that actually puts a more direct line into it, doesn't it?
Sorry, just through the chair, Leslie, under the what's the ability of councillors if they decide they wanted to replace a director or let them move on?
Sorry?
If you have a director and you want them gone, basically, and you want to replace them, what's the process? What does the mechanics of that look like?
So really that would go through the CCO board, but it comes down to how that looks as to the contribution. It's quite easy to actually remove someone through a resolution of council, so it's quite easy to do that. If you determine that they're not making a contribution or a negative contribution, then that would be a recommendation probably from the chair of that committee, and council would make a resolution to remove them.
Page 2 and 6.
It's quite easy.
And also to the comment where you've got the, looking back at the actual report, the reason that option 1 has been identified as the preferred option is that the policy meets best practice advice and is more detailed in nature, providing for a more robust appointment process, which is what we've been seeking. So it answers those particular points. And it also makes it in line with the Office of the Auditor General. Councillor Clete.
Through the chair, just the other issue I was interested in was the appointment of candidates which the committee feels we don't need to go through the selection process. I'm just worried, I just want to make sure that that's a transparent kind of process. Subcommittee may choose not to advertise but must provide its reason for doing so. Is that transparent enough? Does that allow the public to see exactly what's happening?
I guess it's a valid point because it's also something that has happened in the past where there's sort of been those sideways promotions of people, being appointed into there. So it's a matter of how we protect this to ensure that it's done the correct way in all aspects that covers. Do you think we need a bit more in there as far as?
Well, I'd be quite happy with it, but if you would want to change that, want to make some changes to that, I'm quite happy for you to do that.
I'm just worried it's not quite clear, provide its reasons for not doing so.
Councillor Phelps.
Sorry, again, Leslie, actually just directed me to the dismissal of directors, but so they've no longer got, it can be because they've no longer got the confidence of the board or the council. So if we just move the motion of no confidence in the director, there would be sufficient process to move them on, and it wouldn't trigger grounds for personal grievance or anything like that.
No, you could, there would be no grievance because, well, for a start, they're not employees.
Yeah.
But if council is not happy, then council can make those decisions. Okay. But you'll probably want to discuss with the chair of the.
Yeah, of course. I'm not saying
yeah.
I'm just thinking scenarios. Yeah.
I think it would be clear at that point in time if council was thinking that it would be pretty clear that there was a problem.
I just want to give them that flexibility whether we really need to constrain ourselves with term limits, really, which is effectively what we're talking about.
And we have that control built into it anyway. True.
I don't like the idea of restricting to a limited term because I think sometimes people have still got plenty to value to add. However, we have seen in the past old boy networks, saying it, but where it's just rolled over and rolled over. It would be hard for council to have any change, but it sounds like we'll be okay.
Be protected with that.
Well, there's really not an awful lot of delegations to the committee here, so it is really, a lot of it is coming back to council for your decision. So ultimately the control really is from council.
Any further questions on that? No amendments? Right, so the resolution is that the report be received and that council adopts the council controlled organisation director appointment policy. Do I move and second, please? Councillor Neal, Councillor Beard, all in favour?
Aye.
Yes, sorry, against? Carried. Thank you. Thanks, Leslie, very much for that. Right, terms of reference, consenting and compliance committee, the other half.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Councillors. I will take the report as read and invite any questions or clarification.
Councillor Casson has one amendment, I believe.
Through her worship, just noting on page 2 of the documentation under membership, there's a administrative error around membership. Mayor Lash, Deputy Mayor Casson, Councillor Burden, and it reads Councillor Beard. It's supposed to read Councillor Phelps, so we'll just need to amend that in the minutes and before we approve it.
Right, yes, you mine's got it here.
No, that's the amendment.
Right.
Sign off.
Okay.
Other than that, thank you for compiling that, TC.
Yeah, obviously when I did accept all the changes, it's like, oops, my apologies.
Yeah, another good report, covers off everything, it's very crystal clear. Yeah, good job, very good job. Thank you very much for that, TC. Is everybody quite comfortable with that report? Sorry, Councillor Beard.
Just referring to Deputy Mayor Casson, is there a conflict that can be managed or unmanaged
Is that?
in this committee?
for,
Well, it's already a consent.
sorry?
It's a consenting kind of, is there any, I just felt there might be a bit of a conflict there.
Your question? Your question?
I think it also gives us a good level of knowledge about the area as well, so it's trying to balance that, isn't it? Wanting the knowledge and experience, with ensuring there's no.
Just wanted to raise it. Just
Yeah,
wanted to
no,
raise it.
Yeah, no, it's fair question to raise, it absolutely is. And it's good to have that discussion now on how everybody feels about that, because Jane, as Councillor Neil is correct, it does bring that knowledge to the table when we are discussing points, and it comes down to, I guess, how Councillor Casson can manage that.
If I may, I'd like to think I've managed that well throughout the rest of the process when it has become an issue, and that's something change in the next 18 months. So.
Councillor Phelps, and I'll come to you. Oh, very sorry.
Through your worship, when we suggested reviving a committee of this nature, one of the main ideas was that we would create a forum for the public, for consent polls, etc., to be able to interact with the council and to give the council the opportunity to talk through some of those issues. I don't see that here. I do see it being a forum for the dog control hearings. I'd like some clarity on that, please.
Yes,
if I may, that's something we've tasked the CE and Associate Group Manager with, looking at that space to do that. So that's definitely not, might not be in the terms of reference, but it's definitely something that group is looking to do going forward. There's a fine line between allowing public lynch mobs and stuff, which is obviously something we can't allow, but there's also a managed process that we can go through to do that. So as far as the Mayor and myself are concerned, that's definitely a top priority of that group going forward.
Yeah, okay, through worship, I mean, this shouldn't have been presented to us until that's been clarified, in my view, because we can't approve this today, can we, without, you know, by leaving out a key plank of the whole purpose of the committee.
It's not the only purpose of the committee.
No, it's not the only purpose of the committee, but it certainly was a key purpose of the committee. There's nothing about a lynch mob to give people the opportunity to come and get stuck in the councils. It's an opportunity that we know from consent polls and those who applied for through building resource consents, that they don't have any opportunity, and they want the opportunity to be able to present to councillors, and we previously had them.
In that responsibility on page 51 of the actual report, we've got responsibility, and we've got other consenting and compliance matters, including, and right down the bottom, it's got other consenting and compliance matters not otherwise defined.
Yeah, we cover it, doesn't it?
You would prefer that had other consenting and compliance
well, the
requiring mediation or resolution?
The delegations to the committee are pretty specific, right down to the fact of being the authority to hear and determine objections under the Dog Control Act. The responsibilities are bullet pointed down, right down to gambling and etc. And yet there's no mention of specifically about this.
I say through Her Worship, in terms of the specific reference to the Dog Control Act, is because this council has previously approved a hearings committee as required under that act, which is separate to this. What we've seen it as an opportunity that rather than have two separate committees, is to enable the delegations for the hearing committee for objections to classification under Dog Act also be heard by this committee. In terms of hearings under the RMA, if it's an objection to conditions of consents or other such things, there is a legal process that needs to be followed under the RMA. So if it is an issue in terms of the satisfaction of the service, that is something that can come to this committee in terms of how we improve education service and other such things. But if it's an objection to a consent, And depending on the nature of that, it would be a hearing in front of an independent commissioner. It's not something that would be considered by this committee of council because they cannot be delegated. However, what I do is go back to the first purpose, which we expanded on in terms of previous delegations to former iterations of this committee, which is the provision of governance oversight, council's regulatory compliance, service and activities, including bylaw policy and development and implementation is requested or delegated from council from time to time. So to leave it as an open enough window, things come in, which the chair, in this case being the mayor and the committee, can then determine what the structure of the agenda is going forward in terms of meetings and how they are scheduled and what they want to be heard on those meetings. In discussion with Her Worship and the Deputy Mayor, it's about what they would like those public forums to look like going forward, what the frequencies of meetings will be going forward, and also determining what may be able to be heard in a public forum as against what might be private and put council on a fine line for breaching our requirements under the Privacy Act that would need to be heard in a confidential forum. Hence, it's not detailed. There are many things that could detail to the nth degree of the evidence purely in terms of reference.
Through your worship. So firstly, not questioning at all the Dog Control Act hearing responsibilities. That's trustworthy. But not suggesting that this become a hearing for RMA disputes, but it is about for the public to be able to, if they feel that they are not getting anywhere, they're going, they're treading water, then they have the opportunity to bring them forward into a committee of the council to go through that. And I think it's really important that we don't lose sight of that fact. But it's not anything new.
No, but you're wanting specific wording. What TC's covered in here is the acts that will also fall under that committee, which they have to be laid out because...
I don't have any problem with that, Your Worship. What I'm saying is that it's easy to, in 6 months, 12 months' time, to forget about what the intent is. We've had it before on this council, and I just want to be crystal clear that one of the reasons for setting up this committee was to provide a forum for the public. And it just
the main reason.
Doesn't reflect it currently.
May I just, through the worship again, one of the things I would not like to see is this being paused to another meeting of council. So what I would suggest is that, aside from that, which is a good thing to take into account, and have the same discussions with the worship and deputy, is something that they intend to evolve correctly in purpose of time. But unless there's anything else, to adopt the terms of reference as it is, but when the first meeting is held, if there are any other things in the terms of reference can be brought back to council at any time in the future, when they've got more of a solid idea in terms of how they wish to move forward, because I don't believe we'll resolve the correct wording to capture what potentially, well, what council are really wanting, and we don't want to lose another month when there's potential that a meeting next month or a month.
And I think, this is the thing too, is that, some of the wording in there is more funeral based without being explicit to say that, I'm sorry, how do you get brown out of white? So we know what the structure is with this and some of the things it's got to achieve, and this is the scope and nuts and bolts, and the fine line of what is in there worded covers, I think Councillor Casson will agree, it covers what you're wanting, but you're wanting more specific, and personally I don't really want to see us putting something out there which looks like we're going to be a lynch mob, because that's not the intention. So wording along that line needs to be very, very delicately managed. Councillor Casson.
Would an amendment for purpose, say at point 4, where the consenting and compliance committee's purpose is to 1, 2, 3, 4, it's not a new one, be the vehicle for engagement with the community on consenting and compliance challenges, issues, opportunities? Would that pick up and satisfy your...
Yes, it's as simple as that.
Well, you don't refer to wordsmith that better than I have then, or does anyone see any issue with
I
that?
believe that's the issue I'm going to, is that you could end up wordsmithing it, but then you've got the risk of setting expectations beyond what the purview of this committee actually has the ability to do. It make more sense to come back for a revised terms of reference, but adopt this in the interim, and that way, as the committee, you can determine that wording correctly.
Yes.
Would it be possible to just word it in such a way that rather than talking about resolving or addressing etc. issues, simply hearing them, so that that's very clear that that's what the capacity of the committee is for, not actually necessarily making unrealistic promises to
The
people?
intent sounds simple, but as some of you are aware, and the Mayor, Deputy Mayor as well, there's certain things when they hear the word hearing, they expect exactly that hearing. They then get requests to be heard, and then they're told, no, you can't hear at this committee, but your terms of reference states will be heard, and then it makes them aware of the intent of the committee.
Discussing, I don't know.
But what we're really trying to do is you're starting to get into the detail, be specific, which also is then at risk of excluding other things you want the committee to do.
And I mean, provide governance oversight is really direction, isn't it?
It is.
So is that not sufficient when it's talking regulatory and compliance services, activities, yeah.
Or you can table it and bring it back to next month's committee meeting if you wish, but it just means the potential for loss of a month before a meeting.
I was just going to say, an option 3, can we not simply adopt them with a view to amending them in the future?
That's what GC's suggesting. Yes.
With a purpose number 4 that simulates what I said prior, but also doesn't leave us open to saying we're hearing things we can't hear.
Yeah.
That's the risk, actually, is that people think you can do things you can't.
Yes, and that's going to be very, very carefully worded. It's not going to throw something together, it's
through your worship, just a matter of going back to what we had previously, we had the ability through the committee out.
Is it possible to just dredge up the terms of reference?
That's right. That's what I'm saying. This is an amended version of it.
Okay, right.
Changing name, changing a couple of things, addition of the dog control.
There was something taken out that would have covered this too.
I don't think so.
No, I don't think it was, I don't think there was anything more specific previously. Was
If
there?
anything, this one is actually more robust and more reflective, so there's been quite a bit added in to be more reflective that wasn't in the previous one under Bruce Smith's terms. And in terms of reference to one prior to that, as His Worship and Deputy aware, there never was a committee, it was never formally established. So this is actually the very first. What there were monthly planning reports that were being brought forward at the time, and all that has been provided to the Mayor and Deputy Mayor in separate correspondence, which I'm welcome to share with you to show the timeline. But we spent a lot of time looking for previous terms of reference that were never adopted because it ended up being tabled in 2017 and never progressed.
And I've seen that. TC's been very transparent with all that information. And I must admit I was quite shocked that we were acting on surprise that we actually had something in black and white and we didn't, which was just quite concerning. So it's important we do this right and have things recorded and structured the right way for the right reason. Councillor Casson.
I'm happy to move both of those recommendations, 10.1, 10.2, noting a purpose, point 4 to come back to the next meeting in July, and noting the change of membership, which Di and Penny have got written in front of them. If we need to read that out, we can read that out, but noting the differences between Councillor Phelps and Councillor Yett.
So through your wish, so that amendment, that's not quite what you said before. What was the difference? Will you a little bit more specific about we'll come back next month with the recommendation around the to provide the opportunity for the public to present to this committee.
The wording on that, well, we're not going to nail it today, we've been around in circles on that already, so we can come back with that 4 point, which says something that's compliant, and we can, I guess, relitigate that then, but it'll be on the agenda for that meeting. Or if you've got feedback on it, just to happily receive it.
Councillor Phelps.
Just
that's all. Thank you, but let's go first. I just wanted to what I had my hand up for before, which was just noting the real perceived conflict of interest for Councillor Keston, but also for myself as well, given my day job and that sort of thing. But I would imagine that biases or conflicts declared are to some extent neutralised, but I would also assume that if in any instance you were dealing with a particular case where that conflict became relevant, you would simply remove yourself from the situation. I would hope that would be a sufficient measure.
If you go Councillor Neil's opinion on my one, you bring a wealth of knowledge to the table in that space that we don't have otherwise. My motion still sits if someone wants to second it.
I'll second it.
Right, so what was the add-on to that motion? Can you please repeat slowly, clearly, the amendment, so we can record that, please?
So 10.1 and 10.2 be
oh, sorry.
on the agenda, noting the change of membership with Councillor Phelps coming on and Councillor Beard going off.
Right. So just listen that down to the amendment to committee members of Councillor Phelps. The Councillor, just amendment that amendment to the committee membership. Yes. Of Councillors Phelps and Beard.
We're taking out the.
That's the first part of the amendment. Eh?
Oh, yes.
This way here. The amendment being the removal. Oh, you've already got that typed up. Yes, and the addition of Councillor Phelps. Yes, that's. Oh, yours is okay. Yes, that stays.
And then noting point 4 of the purpose to come back to the July meeting to be ratified by council.
Point 4 of the general purpose.
Wages to be created and then brought back to the July meeting to be ratified.
Point 4 of the general purpose.
Yeah.
Before the general purpose to be created and brought back to the July meeting for ratification, if that's the correct terminology.
Right, so that was already, yes, we didn't need to bring that one in. Right, so I'll just need to lean on you for that. Okay, everybody, so the resolution is that the report be received, the council confirm the appointment of the following members to the committee. Myself as chair, Deputy Mayor Casson, Councillor Burden, Councillor Phelps, Management and Timahoy, noting the amendment to the report, the removal of Councillor Beard and the addition of Councillor Phelps to that. Council adopt the amended terms of reference and confirm the council appointments to the Consent and Compliance Committee. Noting point 4 of the general purpose to be created and brought back to the July meeting for ratification.
Only wording, but it summarises what we've discussed.
Are you quite happy with that amendment too, GC? Yes. Thank you. Is everybody else happy with that? All right. So can I have a mover and seconder, please, to that? Who did the amendment? Sorry, yourself and Councillor Phelps. All in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you, everybody. I also saw Francois nodding his head through parts of that discussion, so I was paying tune to that as well. Thanks, Francois. Manaju, I won't try and pronounce that because I know I'll make a hash of it. I do not want to do that. Sorry, Paul. The partnership agreement between Macavio, Ngāti and Western District Council is next on the agenda, please. And I'm very mindful of mispronunciation because it's a beautiful language and I don't like to be the one that has my pronunciations incorrect. So, Scott, over to you for this one, please.
Okay, thank you very much. I will take the report as read, and I'm happy to take questions, but also defer to my Iwi colleagues on specifics. So,
Any questions to the partnership agreement?
I think it's disappointing that we can't also give votes to Paul and Francois. They sit here, the knowledge is there, they've got all the background. I think they should also have votes, and I realise that that might not be possible, but it might be something that we could be pushing towards at the government level.
Through your worship, the previously should have tried that.
That doesn't mean we can't keep on knocking that
Yeah,
door.
and well, I think there's even less chance now, to be honest. But,
For what reason?
all the more reason to keep on. Yeah, however, there's, I mean, given that the current climate and the unstitching of the requirements under the modern rules, I think there isn't an opportunity for that. However, I would say that first of all, rules, we've made the decision that I agree with about not to have a modern board here, and this Manawatu Whāinga, in my view, fills that void. It's a solution that works in my view, and it works for us because it gives mana whenua a voice that we didn't otherwise have. And although we don't have the vote, we do have a voice. Perhaps too much at times. But it's more than a lot of other councils around the country have, and they struggle with this, this tension between having and not having Māori boards. In our view, Māori board wouldn't work here because Māori board is not for the for mana whenua. Māori board is for the general Māori. The relationship that the council needs to have is with mana whenua as a key partner. And so, regardless of those that disagree about that, the council does have a duty and a relationship with mana whenua. This is a really good vehicle for that expression. Of course, the Western District Council, to give its dues, was the first to do this, and for that I acknowledge the previous Mayor Bruce Smith and Nathan Martin. Those two were responsible for setting this up, and I do acknowledge that. And from there, of course, it embarrassed the other councils to follow suit, and maybe not embarrassed, maybe gave them the
emboldened.
To follow suit. And so now we have it working throughout the Taipōtami, which is a really, really good, a really good structure, and it's a model for, obviously it's a model for, within Waitau anyway, of how mana whenua works with and alongside and inside local government. Don't have it elsewhere. And so I think there's a lot to be to celebrate with the partnership agreement. Myself, I mean, just today, for instance, Francois is on the council, the Western District Council this afternoon. He's on the Grey District Council under a similar agreement, a similar partnership agreement, and that's how it works.
I'd also like to acknowledge the time that both of you, Francois and Paul, do put in, and thank you for that.
Just before I come to you, Councillor Phillips, I would like to invite Francois to say a few words regarding, seeing as we are talking about the agreement. Francois?
Thanks for that. And no, just backing up what Paul says, we're in a very fortunate position. No other around Naito have this are this fortunate. And I think the key is, like Paul stated, is that we'll have a voice. I really don't care about the vote, to be honest. I don't care. I'm quite happy as long as we can have a voice. That's the main thing. We have a voice across the region. We're influential. There's crazies out there, but hey, who cares? We're in a good place. This council's in a good spot. We're moving forward, doing some good stuff, and it's great. And Paul did thank both Bruce and Latham. I do too. However, because of what they've done, all of a sudden we're now on all the bloody councils. Right? I'm going to jump off of this early to get onto the other one, but it's great. It's great. We're heard, and we just want to add to the region, right? That's all we want to do. We're part of the region, so we're here to serve. So that's what we're here to do. So yeah,
Thank you. Thanks, Mark. Councillor Phelps.
I really just wanted to clarify as well. I think I read it was in the representation document a meeting or two ago from Leslie, but if the Māori ward option were to be pursued, it'd be only one seat, which wouldn't accommodate Ngāti Wawa and Ngāwhio, and it would also mean that people who don't whakapapa to Mount Whenua would also be able to vote for the their representatives. So I think, on balance, given what's legally available to us in terms of legislation from central government, this sounds like the best available option. So, yeah.
Correct, Councillor Phelps. So the Māori ward option is for everyone who's registered on the Māori roll, which isn't everyone. So there's for a start on the Taipotin, a small number of the Māori on the Taipotin are on the Māori roll. So certainly not the majority. So only those ones would have the right to vote in for a Māori ward, and then of course it comes down to a popularity contest. And if Tembuera Morrison moved down to Westland, for instance, well, there's no contest. So that's how it works. And you lose that relationship with Manawhenua, whereas this overrides that, and it overcomes that whole debate about whether we should have a vote and everything. So it works. And as Francois says, we don't care about not having a vote. It's like, here it is.
Yeah, and just again to draw on Francois' comments about a few crazies, I think rednecks who may or may not exist out within the community. I think everyone is this table is an elected representative values the everything that's added by both Councillor Tim High and Magic. So.
Correct. And that's actually also noted well within the summarisation of the preferred options and reasons, as I'm sure you've all read, which is the reason it's been identified as preferred one is that Council has statutory and legal obligations to improve communication, consultation and its relationship with tanga whenua and Māori, to recognise the Treaty of Waitangi and to facilitate participation by Māori in decision-making processes. And Council believes that the participation of local Whakatipu Rananga representatives strengthens the relationship between Council and local iwi and brings positive benefits for all community members, which I think summarises why we're all here doing what we do. So with that...
No, really good, and it's a really good feeling around the council having Paul and Francois here, having a voice, and Paul, you have quite a bit of voice, but when you join together, you're fairly equal.
Come on. So with that, if there's no further discussion or points sorry, TC.
It's just semantics before you put the resolution, and following on from Matua Paul's reference to correct wording, I would suggest that 11.2 is not the correct wording for this resolution. We are not receiving a partnership agreement. We are seeking the endorsement or support from Council for the renewal of the partnership agreement. We are about being partners in this agreement, but no document being presented to us. So I suggest an amendment to that Council total or support endorse the renewal of the partnership agreement.
Thank you, TC, for that. That's well put. Yes, it's perfect for that to go in there as such. Have you got that captured there?
No, council endorse the renewal of the partnership.
Okay, so with that, the resolution is that the report be received and that council supports and endorses the renewal of the partnership agreement. Do I have a move and second to that, please? Councillor Burden, Councillor Neal, all in favour?
Aye.
Carried, thank you very much. Now regarding the signing of this document, Francois, it cuts you out of it. Paul and I could sign it today, but
Yep, sign it.
or is it more important that we sign it collectively together at one meeting? Together.
No, go for it. Don't worry about me. Put an X on there. How's that?
See, they're on the same page, eh?
Through your worship, we've, the councils have endorsed the renewal of the agreement, which is appreciated. As for the signing, I think we do it collectively. So the signing can wait.
I support that too. I would prefer to do it collectively, the three of us sign together. So Francois, we're going to try and tie you down now. Are you going to be here next month? Right. Right, well, if you're happy with that, the agreements are here, written up, ready for signing. There's 3 of them. And we will make sure that's on the agenda for next month's meeting as the official signing of the agreement. Thank you, gentlemen, for that, and thank you, everybody, for that. It's excellent, and TC, thank you for that in the minutes. Yeah, perfectly worded. Right, next on the agenda is the Hokitika swimming pool, stage 2 refurbishment feedback report from our project management star, community relationship management star, Jan Wizard. Have you seen how good that playground is and how many kids are there after school at 3 o'clock? I swear to God they knock off school early just to get there.
The climbing over at night time.
That's the adults. And the grandparents.
Yeah, loving it, eh?
Yep. Sorry, Jan, floor's yours.
Your Worship and elected members, thank you for allowing me to present the report. I'll take the report as read, but I'll just touch on a few items and clarifications in my report. So the Hokitika pool project went pretty well from start to finish. We had a couple of hiccups during the project, but it was nothing that we couldn't resolve internally. There were some soil conditions that were unexpected and unfavourable, which meant that we had to further dig out and a bit more fill and compaction than we initially planned. One of the other big hiccups we had is we found big concrete pilasters in the ground at the back door of the pool where we wanted to bury the sand filters in, but with the help of our professional team we could resolve that and redesign the plant room and have that ready to go still in the allocated time frame. Relating to the additional work that we've carried out, I made a comment in that there was additional work that was done that was taken out of the project scope initially. By having some cost-saving methods during the project, we managed to add quite a few of those items into the project, which we feel made quite a big difference into the finished product that we've got at the moment. So I'll take you just through some of the major items that we included that wouldn't have essentially been part of the initial project. It was the painting of the bleachers, the seating area, additional plates on the heat exchanger, which I'll take you through on the effect that that's made, replacing of the old lane ropes, installation of new lockers, the non-slip PVC membrane over the nib wall overflow channel around the pool, painting of the existing pool hall from the yellow colour to the one we've got, installation of the new screen at the entrance, new health and safety signage throughout the pool, painting of the existing benches, installation of coat hooks above the benches in the change rooms, replacement of the steel floor press that was rusted, the steel gas cage that houses the gas bottles at the back, door installation of the CCTV and alarm system, installation of the fence along the railway line, the footpath and the bollards that's been installed, new picnic tables inside and outside, and the additional new signage that we've got on the inside and the outside of the pool, including the wrap on the curved wall. So some of the cost-saving methods that we've done to enable us to do some of these additional works. Obviously, we've taken the project management in-house and parted ways with the project management company back in June.
I've also directly uploaded all the building consent documents myself. Initially, this was quoted for by the architects. They would have invoiced us for the time and hours spent loading all the documents, resolving all of that. So I've done that myself personally, and cut out all that time from the architects. There was also additional work done, like the signage, like the gas gauge, that instead of putting it through the main contractor for them to put a margin up, I managed them directly, went to site, worked with the main contractor, but instead of having the margin from the main contractor, had a purchase order directly with the contractor. So that enabled us to save a bit of money on the project and do some of these items that we felt had quite a big impact on the overall finished product of the pool. The outstanding works has been completed, so everything's been done. The picnic tables have been installed and the PS4 has been installed for the seismic bracing of the diesel tank. We've got a code compliance certificate inspection on Monday morning with the building team and don't foresee any problems with that, so I'm pretty sure we should have our code compliance certificate. And then we've also received probably 90% of the outstanding invoices. We've got a couple that we'll pay in July, and then we'll close off the project and be done with it. The effect, I just thought I'd raise this, the effect that we've got from adding additional plates on the heat exchanger was previously we couldn't get the pool temperature above 27.2 on a good day, which was the max that we could get it to. We're currently above 30 degrees. So that work that we've done has made quite a big impact on the temperature of the pool, and we've had quite a bit of feedback from users and staff saying it's made the difference, and the kids in swimming lessons are a bit more happier with the warm pool. I've also got a bit of a breakdown on the consultant costs. I know that was requested. I've done a breakdown so you could see not all consultant costs relates to project management. A lot of it went to the architect and the design, the structural design of the building, and some of the other elements. So, as I said, I'll take the report as read and open for any questions.
First question, when do your twin brothers arrive? Sorry. Look, we are incredibly grateful because you've stepped into that project. I did give the order to Simon Scott that the project management needed to be gone, and that happened, and you stepped up to the plate and you have delivered on every angle, and we can't be more grateful than what we are, because the savings have allowed additional work to happen, which otherwise wouldn't have either. And your skill, ability on managing these projects is superb, and we're very, very grateful to you. Yeah.
Thanks, mate.
Questions?
Just on that 27 degree and 30 degree, just the detail, what happened there?
So we've done a couple of things. Firstly, the flow rate through the heat exchanger was a bit low, so we put in a booster pump to increase the flow rate through the heat exchanger. And then I don't know if you're familiar with what the heat exchanger looks like, but it's got plates in with that. It's got the cold water coming in and going out at the bottom. We increased the amount of plates we've got on the heat exchanger, obviously working with the guys that installed the boiler, because if you put too much on it, then you get the opposite effect.
Yeah.
Also, the plates we took out was quite deteriorated and probably not as efficient as it would have been and should have been. So also with that, we just need to ensure that we look after it going forward so that it doesn't get to the state where it's been at.
How long have those plates been in there for?
I wouldn't be able to tell you, but definitely quite a number of years. I'd say probably 10, 12 years, but it's a wild guess from my side.
Here's the maintenance. Yes, and I think that's another area we've got to be grateful to Jan, is that he's repairs and maintenance. Maintenance is key. And I've heard you sort of talk about maintenance before, and I think we're well aware that some of the things have been a wee bit missing as far as maintenance requirements. And I know you're all over that, as well as far as what's not performing and why, and 9 times out of 10 it's maintenance that's been lapsing. So, yeah, it's great having you on board. With this, Ashley, Councillor Casson, sorry.
Jan, firstly a massive thank you to you for what you've achieved in a number of spaces. The extra things achieved inside budget is, that list is huge, it's really great. Obviously one of the main ones, the pool being at 30 degrees or more now, is huge. As the dad of a young kid whose lips turn the colour of our wool, when you used to take him swimming, I'm not joking, he wore a wetsuit in that pool if we took him there. That's huge for families. He goes to Greymouth for lessons, he doesn't need to do that anymore if it's going to be a temperature, he's not going to turn blue. So personally, thank you, but there's every other kid in this town that will probably benefit from that as well, which is great. Flowing on to your report, you're talking about some further works needing to be done. One of them's heating, there's 300k budget line there. Do you just want to speak to the payback from doing that as far as the operational savings?
Yes, we've got as part of the annual plan a number in for the stage 2B as it was named. And what's included in that was painting of the roof, doing the sure shield on the flooring and replacing the heating system. So currently we've got a diesel boiler, so we burn through quite an amount of diesel every month, and we've got the electrical heaters. So I'm busy getting the final numbers in, but we're probably looking at about a year and a half payback period if we replace the electric heaters and the diesel boiler and put a more efficient heating system in that can heat both the pool and the air temperature within the pool wall. So I'm working on the final figures for that, and obviously that'll come back to council to approve and to have a look at and scope up what exactly we want to do with that.
It's great payback because pools are ludicrously expensive things to heat in, so it's great to hear we've got that coming as well.
But there could be quite a maintenance, a running cost of that over.
There will be a running cost, but the running cost will be much lower than the combination of the diesel and the electrical usage.
So as far as final wash-up goes, do we have anything left that can go towards this next aspect, or what is the controls on that funding, being that it's grant funded? Well, a percentage of it is, we've also funded. How much have we got left out of it?
Well, in terms of this, the money for that is pretty much spent. So if we were to do what Jan is talking about, then that would come out of council funds. It's something that we would need to raise loans for. Yes, okay.
Okay.
Well, no, it's in the annual plan, but I'm saying it's not grant funded. That money's
We wouldn't be able to come from that one here.
Yeah, no.
But yeah.
But it's something we've got to think about and factor in going forward. Yeah, another question from me is the project management consultant cost, 336,000. So is that basically what it's cost us for project management before you took over?
Both stages 1 and 2, there was some form of project management when I took over because I moved to New Zealand a month before I took over the project. So I needed some guidance at it. So Richard did assist, but we did the bulk of the work in-house. So it was quite a nice saving with that. But yes, that was the project management cost for both the stage 1 and the stage 2.
It's very extensive, isn't it? Very extensive. Councillor Phelps.
Yeah, thanks for all your good work. Just a question, I'm not sure if you heard across this or not. The massive item in capital work, will the sort of pool's operating expenses in a given year be about the same as they were before, a little more, or is it higher service, a little less because there's newer plants and everything in there? Do you know roughly what it's going to look like?
Yeah, it's probably going to look very similar to what it currently is.
Which is about what, 400,000 or 500,000?
Yeah, I don't have that maintenance figures in front of me now, to be honest. But obviously with the heating system, it'll come down quite considerably. And with some in-house resources, I would expect it to come down somewhat. But we can come back to it.
Yeah, thank you.
Worship. So, as well as the accolades, I just want to draw attention, of course, to the fact that nearly a fifth of the cost of this was guzzled by consultants, $866,000. It's a harsh reminder that there is no such thing as free money, and all of these money that was showered from up on high at Wellington come with a big bill for ratepayers.
While I agree with you, if you look at the surveying and groundwater monitoring, the architectural, structural engineer, fire engineer, mechanical and Barry design consenting costs, they're fixed.
That's not something we would get away from.
Exactly. It's the project management that we've got to be mindful of what that cost is, and that's $336,000, which is a lot of money. That's over and above the fixed costs that are involved in doing such a job, so.
The ones that you can't get away from.
Exactly. It's the project management ones I think we need to be very mindful of and focused on going forward, because they cost a lot of money and they drain a lot of money out of what can be done with funding for these projects, so, yeah. But yes, you're right, it's a big cost, and nothing's ever free. So when the government puts money forward and that expectation of us to fund, we've got to be very mindful of what that covers, at what cost.
It had been put to us, of course, that we couldn't turn it down, possibly, because it was all free money, and we need to be chasing all this free money, but every single one of them had come at a cost to ratepayers.
Correct. It is nice to get a project that we've inherited across the line and finished, and yeah, so thank you for that. Yeah.
It's great to have a good asset there for the ratepayer.
Yeah, it is. Stand the test of time. Oh, sorry, Stephen.
No, just
That's great.
through your worship, just those numbers. So the budget's 5.5 million, but we've spent 5,268. So is there any more to spend? Because from what I can see from that, there's the project is 270,000 under the total budget. So that means the council's only probably contributed 150,000 so far.
Yeah, I'll have to just check the contributions from councils, but yeah, there's that saving of them too.
So it says that in terms of the budget, we're liable for maybe up to 420, but in actual fact, we've probably only spent 150 so far for a $5.5 million result.
There's still 52,000 invoices to come in, so.
That's included.
That's
Is that included on there? Sorry. Yeah.
So you could argue that there's 270 that could go towards part 2B.
That's what I really was alluding to before, is that, where does that sit, how do we sit with that, what can be done, is that there to be utilised, is that out of the grant or the funding that we receive versus ratepayers paying, where do we sit with that? Maybe something that's going to come back later.
I'm straying into Leslie's territory, so please correct me, but basically that element of money would be raised through loans. So effectively it means we don't have to borrow the extra, which means that if we do that, so technically you could, but it's actually money we don't have.
Yes, so it's better off to not be drawn down, full stop. Yes.
But I guess the key point is that the poll's been completed where it is now under budget.
Yes.
By a reasonable amount, not just a sliver.
Yeah, but if you catch your renovated under budget, do you think, oh, yeah, you'll go away and buy a nice car, or you use it to pay down the mortgage?
Yeah, exactly.
You know?
I think we know what you do.
Same thing.
We know what you do.
Same thing, that's quite right. It's money that we can save the ratepayers by not drawing down, and with what we've been trying to achieve, I think it is the appropriate thing to be doing with it.
There will be certain people who will argue that the $5.5 million didn't come from council, but did come from central government, and that's a separate issue. But we're only responsible for what we spend here as council. We've only got away with 150,000. I don't think that's an outstanding result.
Right, so for something further for this report, resolution is that we receive the report of attendances. Can I have a mover and seconder, please? Thank you, Councillor Burden, Councillor Davidson. All in favour? Carried. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Jan. And next report, please.
Thank you. I've got the reports for the toilet refurbishment project. In the council submission hearings, there was a request to come back to council on cost to refurbish both the Tankard Street toilets and potentially the Beach Street toilets as well. So what I've done following the, I'll take the report as read. just again run through one or two items. What I've done following the meeting, I took a detailed assessment of both the Tankard Street and the Beach Street toilets. I've got a photo report in for both toilets, which I'm sure you've gone through, and I've highlighted some of the items that really needs addressing if you want to refurbish these toilets without spending massive amounts of money. A clarification, there is $60,000 in the annual plan, not $50,000 as referenced by me previously. So we're estimating to spend some of that money and have about a $10,000 saving and refurbish both toilets and get some extra years out of the lifespan.
Paul?
During which, when we talked about this during the annual plan process, the suggestion had been, of course, to reinstate the museum toilets and to get rid of the smelly old toilet down the beach. Rather than spending money on doing up that as well as the toilets at the museum, we're going to keep the ones at the museum, get rid of these ones at the beach, and therefore the cleaning costs and all the other related costs relating to keeping two lots going when you've got the museum toilets, and we've got the Casawea toilets, and you've got the Somerset toilets, and you've got the Grey Power toilets, all within about 500 yards of each other. You do not need another lot of toilets going to the beach. And they're particularly smelly and horrible anyway, and fixing up the door and that ain't going to fix that.
No, Leon's report does cover the detail of what's involved, but also this is what he was asked to bring back to us. It doesn't mean that we're actually sanctioning the work on both. It was more to get our heads around the state of the toilets and where we go from here as to whether we do support both or fix one up and that's it. But Jan has provided exactly what he's requested to provide, which is a detailed report on the state of those two ablution blocks and what's involved to bring them up to a standard. So, again, another good report. Where do we go from here, councillors, please? Questions?
Your Worship, thank you very much for putting this report together as requested, but I'd like to know if there's any councils around the country that talk about toilets as much as we do. And I think we need to have a bit of a sinking lid on how many we've actually got, because your toilets per capita is nuts, right? I don't know, I just think we want to rationalise our toilet asset base.
Through you, Chair, are you finished?
Yeah.
Through Chair, I do dislike the toilets, those round toilets that are green and roller smelly and coming out. But I would think that the ones at the Hokitika sign down that beach area would they do keep using a lot. Just because of obviously people taking photos and things like that. I know.
It's a self-fulfilling prophecy though. You put them there, people use them. It's right.
Because there's a lot of people there though.
If I put a bowl of fruit out and said, take one, people would thrash it. It doesn't mean you should keep doing it. There's a lot of people that go down there.
Yeah, and it is because they're there.
They walk through them.
Yeah, they do. It's a very popular spot.
Yeah, we do not have to supply one on every corner.
No.
Because it's not just, it's nice to have them there, but they cost. They cost in maintenance and they cost in servicing.
Oh, yeah. And I'm not blokes, I'm not bikes.
So if we can have a little bit of control at the table as far as discussion goes, discussion points, please, councillors, on where we go with this report and whether we're working on one or two. Councillor Byrne.
Through your worship, Jan, thanks for the report, good detail, and the toilets at Drummond Hall are absolutely horrible, as you can see by the photos. I think there's obviously been a real issue there with any maintenance because it just looks like there's been none. I think they certainly need a refurbishment, no question about it. I think they're absolutely good. The ones at the beach, if we decide not to go ahead with them, I'm neither here nor there, what does that look like in terms of that building? Do we remove it? What do you do with it?
We can have some actual level-headed comments, please. Yeah, it's yours to reply to.
Well, there's not too much work to be done on Beach Street toilets to do them up. As you've seen, it's about $8,500 to make them look good and paint them. Obviously, there's the maintenance cost of operating them, which I don't have all the figures in front of me, but it should be around $25,000 to $30,000 a year. Yeah, I suppose they are the most used toilets in town. We definitely can confirm that, but I also understand from Councillor Phelps that if the toilets are there, they are going to be used. So
The beachfront ones are the most used.
the most used from all the ones we've got in town.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think it's a biggie. I think the toilet already exists. We're not debating putting a new toilet in Beach Street. It's already there. It's only 8,500. I think we should just do both sets up and keep them serviceable.
Councillor Kessler.
I agree with what Councillor Gillette's saying, we'd be spending a lot more than $8,500 to decommission and remove it.
Well, it would be, would we, to decommission that, it costs more than that?
There'll be some demolition costs.
So as far as the budget goes, Leslie, where are we sitting with this? These are both in the budget,
Yeah.
but this maintenance on them?
The maintenance of the.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
It is in there. Oh, she did say that, didn't she? It's in the annual plan.
Yeah, that's right.
But we're not looking at spending that at all, are we?
No, it will have about $10,000 saving.
Yeah, we put a figure in, but we didn't say where it was going to be spent.
Right, okay.
Can you clarify what is that figure again?
In the annual plan, it's 60,000, and Jan's saying it's 50 for the two.
We've got indicative quotes, but obviously if we get the go-ahead, we'll go in a full tender process and make sure we get, so it could come down a bit, but that's the question.
Yeah. And so how much is allowed for the ongoing maintenance between on the Beach Street?
So is that factored, that's factored in the budget too, isn't it? Because they put back in, you factor in maintenance.
Yeah, they're in, but I've found it out now.
Jan just estimated 25 to 30,000.
That's for the cleaning contract.
Yeah.
There's not a major amount of maintenance on those toilets. We do have the odd blockage that we have to get a plumber out and fixing lights. But if we really spend the 8.5 and paint them and fix up the doors, then it's really not a massive amount of maintenance, although there will be ongoing maintenance involved.
Although, given the painful debates that we just had in the annual plan about these bloody toilets, here it is, 25 grand. We're probably over 5 grand for the Lions Club or the Zara Park, and 5 grand for the Grey Power for their toilets. But don't bet an eyelid for 25 grand to keep these smelly ones going to the beach. I don't get it, eh? I mean, there's a saving. We can, keep the toilets going at the museum, just around the corner. Just don't need them.
So the toilets at the beach, because of their high use, they cost more to maintain. When I'm saying maintain, I'm not talking about the painting, I'm talking about the cleaning.
No, we do the same amount of cleans on them as with the other toilets. So it's not good.
Right.
I'm just looking in the budget, and it looks like there's about 58k for caretaking and cleaning for the Beach Street ones per year.
58.
58.
There's 58,000 reasons to get rid of them.
57,500. 57,500.
Cost that much.
Well,
clearly it does cost.
You should be budgeted around what it's cost. That's why you have the budget. So you're saying it's cost 25 to it?
The cleaning contract, it's between 25 and 30. I don't have the schedules in front of me because I didn't prepare it.
Still include, what do you call it?
Maintenance and trade.
Yeah, consumables
as well.
So the cleaning contract and the consumables, yeah.
So we'd be across the whole district, we're spending hundreds of thousands, right? Across the whole district, we're spending hundreds of thousands on toilets.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
And what was the other one?
Something like that.
So what does it cost, what's it sort of cost roughly on the Temple Street one? Do you know? Okay.
It's very similar because it's the same amount of toilets. It's a two-pane toilet block, if I'm correct.
And that's got the 24-hour one.
The 24-hour one is at Sunset.
We shut that 24-hour one permanently at Tancred Street because that was the wheelchair access 24-hour toilet, wasn't it? Yeah. Councillors, direction. It is a lot of money to be paying out to a toilet, a huge amount.
The one down at the beach there, it's still the most popular toilet. You know, and if you remove that toilet, they'll be peeing into the sea.
Oh, Tika, they won't be. Sorry, councillors, they won't be. They'll walk around the corner.
Like sincerely, everyone in this room, when was the last time you couldn't find a toilet, so you just went about your business and some plants on the street? People don't really do that. I don't know any decent person that's ever done that.
Oh.
30,000.
I'm talking number 2.
Sorry, Leslie, hang on, quiet please.
Cleaning with the ones at museum.
Tancred Street, once, 30,000 for the cleaning and maintenance and consumables for that. So it is cheaper than the other one.
And it's fairly simple. Every extra lid's a growing cost, every removed lid's a reduced cost, and it's a cumulative impact either way, basically.
Right, so we have been
Oh,
trying
sorry.
to cut costs and Paul's quite right, because if we continue on with both of those toilets, we are only robbing from one to pay for the other, and I don't think that's quite appropriate either. Councillor Neil.
The operational cost, if you stop them going to the toilet there and they go somewhere else, you've still got the same cost really for cleaning and toilet paper and so on anyway. It just will mean more for that one and less for that one. I think we should be keeping going with both those toilets, and I think we should be looking at how to get a cheaper cleaning contract, or whatever. I think that we're paying too much for the cleaning. Sure, it could be done cheaper.
Right, Joel. You're not going to end up doing twice as much cleaning in one toilet as you are across 2 toilets.
You need more.
You need more, but
Twice
it's
as many
not
people
the-
going there,
Yeah.
that will need a lot more, not twice as
For
much.
clarification, then the cleaning of the, it's a lovely conversation, isn't it? The cleaning of these toilets, is it done by one contractor?
Yes, we went out an expression of interest last year, and we went out on tender, and we actually got the cost per toilet down. Obviously, there's additional toilets that's been added. So the overall cost for all the toilets went up, but the cost per clean and per day, per toilet came down. So, yeah, we did go out on a full expression of interest and tender. So we've got one contractor doing all the toilets in town.
Councillor Pearson.
I know we don't all agree with Councillor Phelps all the time, but he did say we talk about this stuff far too often for far too long. I think it's ludicrous to close down the busiest, most used public toilets in a tourism town on the beach, personally. Yes, it's money we save. We discussed this all through the annual plan, and we took 5k from here and 5k from there, and then we gave it back with some public pressure. I suspect there'll be a large amount of public pressure coming on if we close the busiest toilets and people do what Tancred alludes to, Councillor Davidson alludes to.
But is it the busiest toilet because it's there as opposed to them walking around Tancred Street?
It's the busiest toilet there because we're a tourism town with a beach and a prominent piece of art and
People
pits.
going to
So they get photos are taken up.
I go down the beach to the sign there, there's, you know, like, there's hundreds of people going in there every day.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, it doesn't matter where you go in this country or the world for that matter. If you need to go, you find the nearest toilet. Some don't have many, but you go and find it. We're very convenient with what we have got and where they are placed. And is that we're providing too much of a service with that as opposed to being a little bit more cost efficient around what we're doing. I mean, if there's never been one there, people would be going to Tancred Street.
Well, I'm just sort of saying, like, when you've got, you know, great sites like down at the beach or the Hokitika Gorge or Lake Canary, Lake Mahanapua, those areas, you know, they're popular places and there are toilet facilities there. What's the difference between the one down at the beach? It's a very popular site.
Recreational, people go there for hours at a time. There's lots of families, lots of little kids. And running 2 blocks when you've got little kids busting, it's not good.
Councillor Pearson, that's the last round.
Councillor Byrne can jump in for me.
Oh, I just had a quick comment about those toilets at the beach. I think they haven't actually been there that long. They might be 20-ish years old. But they're not actually that old, so they were obviously put there for a reason, you know. So I think it would be silly to go and bowl them over.
All right, Councillor Pearson, last comment.
As per the report, that the report be received and we continue as per the recommendations of Jan.
Right, so the resolution has been moved by Councillor Pearson, seconded by Councillor Phelps, and that is the report be received and the scope of work and budget for Tancred Street and Beach Street public toilet refurbishments be approved. All in favour?
And I think the first thing is just keeping that repairs and maintenance up.
Against? Sorry, I just want to get this done first. Against? Carried.
Well done, Patrick.
Thank you, Jan, very much for that. I know that's probably not a favourable conversation to be having.
Thanks, Jan.
Thank you very much. Museum redevelopment, please, Lorraine.
Iria kia koutou katoa. Manawa te matariki. Good afternoon, Mayor and Councillors. So this report outlines the three options varying in quality, lifespan and cost. And our goal is to balance budget constraints with investing in infrastructure and creating an enhanced museum experience. That the Hokitika community can be proud of. So you've had the report, I imagine you've read it. Do you want a summary of the options or do you have any questions?
Questions, please, for Lorraine. Councillors. Councillor Gillette.
Option A and option B, the exhibit cost is actually identical. It's the base bill. So what are we looking at those two options?
Yeah. So an option A, which is the below standard fit out, it has no improvements over the previous museum experience, and it lacks the visitor and staff services and limited exhibition. That's the difference. There's a lot of build in the budget, if you have a look, that would not occur in option A.
If I can ask, and Vaughan might be the better one to answer it, being that he was here when the museum was opened previously. This design concept seems to be that we're going to have a very restrictive display, especially when I read that it's going to take a long time to set up and establish each display. We had a very fluid museum before, where there was a rotation, a fairly consistent rotation of the treasures that we hold.
Yeah. So what we had was a based exhibition with static exhibitions that can change, and what you were changing over was temporary displays. So this is what this doesn't have at the moment. So you had a lot of built-in furniture, and you had a lot of built-in experiences that have since been removed and gutted buildings. So what we're doing is we're starting from scratch, but we have a lot of that knowledge that will help us build not new exhibition material, but enhanced exhibition visitor experience. So a lot of that furniture no longer exists. What was kept was moved into 2 containers, and they were the best of the best. So there's about probably 15 exhibition display cases that would have to go back into the museum, and would be the only furniture that you really had in there.
When you're talking furniture, you're talking about display pieces, not furniture as we would summarise furniture.
Display exhibition, display cases, as well as anything that you would build to enhance the experience. So that's any features that you may want to build around the dredge model, or any of the hero objects that would be in the space.
Paul. Through Richard. Firstly, just on that, I think it's an indictment that those previous displays were thrown to the dump. I don't know who made that decision and who had the authority to make that decision, but I think they should be held accountable for that. They were stripped from a museum that was, I've said this before, was the envy of regional museums in New Zealand. This was a great museum under Julia Bradshaw. It was 8 years ago, it was before you were here, and it was a marvellous museum. And yes, it did have static exhibitions, and they're constantly being renewed every year by the museum staff, and yeah, and we simply want to get back to that. Keep our feet on the ground.
But we want to do better, don't we? We don't want to go back to what you had.
This is we should not have been in this position of arguing about what's going to be in the museum. I mean, it was closed for a safety reason, no other reason. It was closed for safety reason over the earthquake strength, the seismic strengthening of the building, and it was nothing to do with what was in the museum being wrong, being outdated, or anything of the kind. And here we are, 8 years down the track, and we're talking about starting again. And that starting again comes at a very hefty price tag for ratepayers, and they have zip appetite for this. Anyway, so let's comment on that. But my question is the exhibition installation costs are around about $270,000. We don't have any breakdown for that. Can I ask why? That's for any of those options. The exhibition installation costs are the same for all those options. Where's the breakdown?
Just through your worship, just in terms of Marshall Court's first question in terms of accountability for past displays, hindsight being a wonderful thing, but that had occurred before the museum came back to council and under council collection management. So at the time when the museum broke down its collections, the supporting displays had been created by a fantastic team back in the day, had been stored in containers, in terms of your normal shipping containers. At the time, it had been thought that they were watertight. They were not. A lot of them were damaged, ended up with mould, water swell, and those sort of things. When we took over management of the museum back from Destination Western at the time and went through that, the majority of it, unfortunately, had been into such a state of disrepair that it couldn't be kept. So hence, there's not the ability to go back in terms of picking up. I'm using as an example, but if we had something around a white bait display similar to what's in the eyesight, for example, the amount of damage that's being done requires those to be rebuilt again, or similar in terms of what the stories will be told. I'll let Lauren refer to the fit out itself, but you have all been in the museum in the sense that there is nothing there. There is the base installation that still needs to happen to then allow the creation and the establishment of displays. The quotes that have been received in terms of previous report to council to enable that fabric to be put in place, that then enables a time frame for the team themselves to do the displays and what the supporting structure, including existing cabinets that we may have in terms of option A, how you may enhance that in option B, or reverting back to your original decision earlier this year in terms of what the time frame was to have a quality display going forward. And despite what some people say, the bells and whistles and the likes of other things that might be happening in the district, no, it's an enhanced museum to go forward, which you see in any other district that you go to, even south of us in terms of Southland. It's not high and polluting and other such things. It's a museum going forward and a position to be proud of, that displays the histories that we want that can last for years ahead, as against, as I said, otherwise and for other meetings of councils, retrospectively sitting there in 12 months' time, 18 months' time, 2 years, and say, oh, only we'd taken the opportunity then, because we've missed an opportunity now. But in terms of the breakdown of the actual display costs, I'll pass to Lauren.
We'll just take some questions first, Councillor Neal.
With the materials that were lost in the containers, is there insurance or anything possible to be gained from that or not?
No, because what you had was a wonderful team that made the most of bare bones when I say this council, not this council, but when this council divulged its interest in the museum and passed it to Destination Westland. And as we know what it's like for Destination Westland as a whole, we want you to do all of this, but at 20% less than what we've been paying for as council, reduce the rates. They ended up running on a very bare bones museum, so it was relevant in scrimping, saving, scrounging, and trying to pull things together, using the creativity of some of the people who are still here and the skill sets that they have, and creating displays that they had as well. So not things that were of a value that you would insure as such.
Councillor Phelps.
Just the sort of choice of language used I find interesting. Option A, B and C, below standard, acceptable and acceptable and exceptional. Those are very subjective classifications. What are those standards?
The acceptable is just what was very, in New Zealand regional museums, that's the standard that's been set. With the conditions of the building, the BMS, the building maintenance systems, the security, the health and safety, all of those things that, services that make the museum.
Sorry, forgive me, I don't you quite answered my question, which is by whose standards, because what's acceptable to you may not be what's acceptable to me, so I'm asking, is there an objective set of criteria that exists somewhere, or are these simply subjective classifications?
Museum Aotearoa, New Zealand is the standard.
Okay, so if we were to go by our standards, the best standard for me would be the cheapest one, which would be $600,000, and that would be exceptional. Yeah. And it feels to me as well as if it's only going to last 1 or 2 years to sort of nudge us towards either the medium or the large combo size basically, as opposed to just going with the cheaper option.
What you get with the basic is probably investing in the infrastructure of the building, and that's ensuring that the building has the bones so that in the future there will be maybe opportunity to reinvest in actually creating content and exhibitions for the museum. That's the bare bones, that's kind of crunching it down. The second option, which is the preferred option, gives us the opportunity to invest in the infrastructure of the building, because if you have a healthy building with the BMS going and the doors, then you no longer have to invest in that building to upkeep it. It's a long-term payoff, but it's a payoff in the future. You don't have to bring it back up to any standard if you maintain it.
As soon as you do that work, it starts deteriorating. Any building is the same. I mean, it's not a long-term investment so much as a long-term cost. As soon as you do that capital, that capital is going to depreciate and deteriorate.
But it will be a healthy building that doesn't require any maintenance, long-term maintenance. If you have a healthy building that's running a DMS, that's in and being used.
So this is my last question. Do you appreciate that we have a sensitivity of how much this is going to cost the ratepayer?
Yes, I do. When I took this job, I came because there was a guaranteed $1.2 million budget for this project with a $750,000 lottery application. That $750,000 lottery application failed, and the budget is now being cut in half. I brought people on this team, they have changed their lives to come and be part of this project. That's my concern, is that I want to create something that goes on my CV for the future, and for the people that I've brought into it, and for something for the Hokitika community to be proud of, that I can walk away 15 years, there's going to be a really good product that will do all that's promised to provide an enhanced visitor experience.
And I think therein lies the issue, because I just heard that you want to create, whereas I think we've got a different set of concerns, which is the cost that this is going to impose on the ratepayer if we go for the deluxe option.
But I am your expert museum person.
Yes, and we are choosing to employ you to do such a job as well.
And with all due respect, this is not something that we want to create. This is something that previous council and this one all agreed to in terms of it already being in the budget going forward. Now, it's accepted that in terms of the environment we are in, you also need to show that you're doing due care and consideration in terms of forward costs for ratepayers over time and what that would look like, and in terms of the asset that you have and how you preserve that, and how you also meet the goal of ensuring that you're not only preserving the history that we have in the museum at risk of deteriorating in Drummond Hall, which is another problem in its own right, and continue to do so every day, but in terms of the display going forward. But the decision at the end of the day is that of council, and staff will deliver accordingly. What you've asked for is the options. There are 3 options before you. It's not to debate whether someone has a personal interest or motive value in it. It's what council will choose to do going forward, and how much you support that decision going forward in terms of achieving your goals.
Councillor Gleet,
I just want to put some context on it. So the investment in the museum, what what sort of life do you think it would have before we'd have to reinvest again?
Which, the option?
We'll say option B.
Option B is 10 years.
10 years, so 80,000 a year.
How many staff work employed at the museum at the moment?
There are 3 part-time staff, and there is myself and a creative lead curator for the museum.
When we say part-time, that equates to about 3.2 full-time equivalent.
And we've been closed since 2016.
And much of that has been because of decisions of council in the past, because even the previous councils, they put a delay on the project because in terms of the earthquake strengthening, they requested that works not continue until at least a certain percentage had been raised through lottery funding or other funds. So a number of years were lost on that in terms of delay. And then, as we're all aware, in terms of the delay that happened for the restoration, they've been outside the museum staff control. So this is about having something in place that enables the museum to work to a timeline and to deliver a project that is of value to the timeline, to put aside the delays that have had nothing to do with the museum staff, because they've only just had CCC issued for this building in May this year. They've not been able to do anything in Carnegie. We need a commitment from council in terms of what is the timeline based on the options that you wish them to proceed with, and then we lock that down and enable the team to get on and actually start finishing displays fit for purpose.
Councillor Casey.
If I may, Lorraine, 2 questions. First one, option A, 600K, 1 to 2 year lifespan. Option B, 800K, 10 years. Option C, $1 million, 15 years. How did you come to the 1 to 2, 10 or 15 years? Like how we spend 600K and then in 1 to 2 years need to go and spend some more money?
So the making of anything like exhibition panels and would be using material that that has no long-lasting life, and so that's exhibition panels on foam board, which is paper glued, which discolours, so we would be trying to do it in-house with a local printer. If we are able to go to B or C, we contract that service out so that you're getting wrapped labels on PVC that has got colour lasting fast, and it has a lifespan of, well, it never breaks down, never, unless you actually get it.
Okay. Second question, you mentioned earlier the lotteries grant for $750,000. Earlier trying to talk around the trust being formatted to do some fundraising, which probably will help offset some of these costs and will stop this conversation from happening altogether. Where are we at with that trust and its formation?
I'll jump in. So in terms of the trust, we had this student. The intent had been to pursue with the trust and basically going out to seek expressions of interest. However, with the potential change in direction and timeline for the museum display project itself, in terms of the quality of people we would have been seeking for the trust, they would be more interested in terms of what the options are and what they would want to be associated with going forward. So is it I'm not saying I'll use world class lightly, but let's say a West Coast class or a South Island class museum where they can go out and attract funding from people that see value, being the option 2 or option 3 being the original, as against the option is to go to a beer-based museum. You will not get funding from external organisations for a beer-based museum. It is why we lost the opportunity for the $750,000 that we had, because a pause was put on the original project, which has been supported by lotteries, by Culture and Heritage and other organisations. But when it was paused, it was a case of, well, now we need to see what's happening at the museum. We are in a very tight market now, as we know. We can put applications in, but so is everybody else at the moment, and there's no guarantees. We can pursue with the trust, but then becomes what is the intent of that trust now? Is it to help offset the costs for a fine display going forward and then future projects associated with the museum, as I've mentioned before, in terms of the floor quality of Drummond Hall. So displays are one issue, we still need to protect the collection as well. Or is it in terms of just keeping the doors open for the public, which changes that level of funding that you may be able to get from external providers?
So it's still an option potentially going forward, just less appetite if we're not to cover or greater level.
And also Culture and Heritage have withdrawn the funding, so that funding pool has no longer exists.
On previous projects, we mentioned one of them earlier, which was the swimming pool. We gave a directive for the project management from that to create a saver to the ratepayer. Looking at any of these options, we have a lead curator, we have a heritage architect, we have an architectural designer, we have a project manager, and we have a manager, and then we have part-time staff. And that's a massive overload on a small building with a small footprint, with a big project ahead of it. But this is one area that I have a big problem with, because do we need all those people to do what like Sir Bornan or his team used to do on a daily practice as far as displays and presentations, and that had an incredible footprint through the door?
I think that the way I approach the project is that as I'm actually splitting it in two. There is the building infrastructure work that is like the carpet, the floor, the walls, the electricals. That's not my brief. And at the time we were advised that, to actually have a project manager that contacts all of the trade people, gets quotes, and takes us through all those legal requirements that you need when you're going for building consents and heritage consents. That's why the project manager is in there. If you're doing building and heritage consents, then you need a draftsman so that the drawings meet the requirements of the consent process. Those are those two. The heritage consultant we had to talk to, because the building is categorised as a B heritage building. But I do hear you about that, but it was something that we were advised to do, I was advised to do. And
I think Scott had his...
All I was going to say is I was just going to reinforce what Lorraine's saying, because it's a heritage building, playing with it. Because we asked the question, which is, do we need all these people? And certainly around the heritage architect and that kind of stuff, the answer was yes, you do.
What do you think? What do you call? When you say playing with it,
well, you're basically making alterations to it.
Just carpet.
No. I mean, some of this involves putting things in the building that require a change, that trigger a heritage sign-off.
so as an example, one of the things that was not being covered as part of the restoration project for this building is the actual windows themselves. The Heritage Conservators made it very clear what needs to be done as part of the original plan to ensure the conserving of those windows going forward. If we don't get to that bare minimum standard, which was what we can cover to a degree in option 2, we cannot cover that on option 1. The conservator will then give a report in terms of what can or can't be done, but what in base you have is rotting frames with glass that needs to be replaced. And there's a program of works that he's put in there to ensure that they're covered as part of what the original resolution was council in terms of what is option 3 now. So it's about those risks that are still associated with the building, nothing not addressed as part of the fit out for the display going forward. These are the things that we're going to become more expenditure items for council in future years. Just to answer also Councillor Manera's question, is one of the other building investments is the electronic doors on the front by the heritage front, and that's just that requires a building consent.
Yeah, I've got that.
The list of people required, that's the same with any project. I'm sure if we looked at the list of people involved in the swimming pool, in the playground, whatever, you're always going to have a lot of specialist people involved, whether it's...
Don't we just want to wait for that?
Because we have cut back on project management to try and save significant funding. We did that with Paul, and then Jan actually did project management paper.
We thought project management, yeah, but there's still a whole list.
So are you asking for the project manager to be sacked?
Well, I'm just looking at it saying, do we have to, it's another big part of the equation. Do we need to have a project manager involved? I mean, we've got to be very careful here that we're not trying to create a mini department. I've just been there, like while I was walking around, and I was actually thinking about this one.
If you think about what's been spent on alone on the Pounamu pathways, I'm not trying to pick on Pounamu pathway, but you're talking 40 million. You know, you're talking 40 million for Westport's museum. Greymouth has got a significant amount. This is what's being reported in the paper and in the South, the magazine on the aeroplane. I've got it in my office. These are big, you know.
We're trying to compete with people with a larger budget.
No, but why?
As well.
No, but why shouldn't we create something that Hokitika community can be proud of?
Struggling ratepayers are struggling to pay their rates already. We just try to cut toilets.
Yeah, I can understand.
Going for Pukaka.
You're not saying you'll never get to cover on
No, it's not that we're trying to be, but we're trying to bet above where we should be betting. Councillor Beard.
Lauren, I feel your pain, because obviously you've come here, you know, you're probably loving life in Hokitika, as we all do, but I do feel your pain. But dare I say it, we have spent so much money on a building that we're not actually getting anywhere with. We need to spend more money. Ratepayers are screaming at us. It is something that this council, or myself as a councillor, has taken on from previous years' decisions, etc. Dare I say it?
Can I just answer that? Part of that report is that there would be an exhibition that would open in December in time, as long as all of the building consents and all those applications happen in a timely manner. That would open, and that would be the exhibition, the touring exhibition, Kurapounamu. It would be, we would display it in 2 galleries. It would follow if everything goes according to plan, it would follow the build of all of the services in the building. It would open December, late November, December, and it would take us through to the next part, which would be the museum fit out for an opening in June.
Even if we do open in December and obviously users pay, so going to be paying going through the door. We've got 3 part-time staff there, your full-time, other costs as well. Are we ever actually going to make?
Because you have an opening in June of the new museum.
Please, I stand on it. We close the whole museum.
Yeah.
I personally,
crazy.
I'm sympathetic to that idea. I mean, if you look at, say, the visitor.
I know it sounds terrible, Jane.
Please, one at a time, please.
So you have the Kiwi Centre just down the road that provides a visitor experience, documents natural heritage, human heritage and that sort of stuff, but that's not the discussion that we're having here today. I'm just going to throw it out there just to get the mood of the room that I'm going to move option A. Would anyone like to second it? We'll just do a bare bones cost at the moment, $600,000. Would anyone like to second that?
I'd like to know operating costs before we go. It's not just setting us up, it's the ongoing costs as well that we've got to look at.
That is a comment that I had down too, was what are the ongoing costs of this per year?
It's more than $600,000, it's ongoing.
Yeah. Sorry, can we just please control the over-talking of one another as well, please? Paul?
Yes, I'm still waiting for an answer on the breakdown of the exhibition installation costs, because that hasn't been explained, $270,000. And it seems like that's the baseline and that's untouchable, but here's the other stuff, and we've tweaked into options A, B and C without actually giving any opportunity to question the exhibition installation cost, $270,000. That's that one, but I'm going to cut to the chase. The cost that's in front of us here is outlandish. We've already spent $5 million plus on this building. We've waited 8 years, going on 9 years, and we're told to wait until another 12 months before opening, we're told in spending in that was going to be another $1.2 million. It's just outrageous, and it's got to be called into line. And I'm the first one, I 100% disagree with closing the museum. It's time to reopen the museum. And I will advocate for that Hokitika Museum until my dying breath. The Hokitika Museum reflects my heritage as well as others around here, but it reflects my heritage on both sides, mana whenua and the Pākehā gold diggers' heritage, and I am super proud of the heritage that's reflected in that museum, or was reflected in that museum. It will be here long after you, with respect, long after you too have gone from this town, and it has to reflect our heritage. I've said it before, and it doesn't need to be on this scale.
Excuse me, please, would you please sit down?
All right.
And also going on about the ongoing costs, who's going to man the museum at the weekends? Who? The current staff? I don't think so. So it was previously, it was done on a roster basis with volunteers. But I mean, do we have any of that information in front of us? No. So what are the ongoing operational costs? We don't know. We don't know what the breakdown is of this installation cost. We got a report in front of us that seems to say basically that this is every reason why you shouldn't be cutting back this project. Here's all the reasons why you shouldn't. It doesn't actually analyse the options at all. It doesn't give us a proper analysis. So I'm afraid it's. I think you've got to realise the fact that, forget about the fact, TC, that the council previously approved this. That's gone. With the reality is that there is no appetite around this table for that budget going forward. There is no appetite around this table for a project to drag on and on and on any longer. I had volunteered my time as the Māori researcher for this, and I've been terminated before even the contract was signed, and that's Kāpai because I understand that this happened straight after I was critical of the scope of the project. But who's going to do that now? And the only reason that I put my hand up in the first place was to ensure that we got a really good mana whenua exhibition at the museum. That was my driving force for doing that. And so who's going to do that now?
Just through your worship, and excuse me not being protocol, but if I can just turn this way. While I appreciate that some of you here have not all in support of the museum, please be aware that there is a protocol to follow through council meetings. While you may take things personally that you want to be feeling undervalued and want to feel that it's not the purpose for you to be here, you're here to totally support the museum staff. So just please respect us because it is a paper before council in terms of decision for them to make. So just in terms of that. Just in terms of going back to council decisions, as we're all aware, that is exactly the realm of councils. Decisions can be made by a previous council, by a council in turn, and there are things that come up that have been completely out of council control that just throw what's available for financing going forward. So in terms of the museum staff, there is an appreciation of that. What I don't believe there is an appreciation of, and that is purely because each of you around the table do not know what the staff are able to do in their usual working jobs. There seems to be an expectation that you can call on Sue and Helen and Vaughan and that they can just throw these displays together. Displays that they've had in the past have been things that have been built on over a number of years. that they've been able to end up complementing as they move forward, and that have relied on some of the people in this room over time who've also been part of it. I see Rob Daniels there as well, who's been great for building displays, and we've seen his efforts up at the Industrial Heritage Park, as of other people in this room as well. It is that volunteering effort that goes forward. Without disrespect though, not just for the museum, where it's in terms of other organisations, Heritage in particular, like the Industrial Heritage Park, we have, and once again no disrespect, but a very ageing volunteer force, and they do not have the time or the energy to put in what they may have done 10, 15 years ago to help support a museum. Or many of them are still actually working themselves in terms of the environment that they're in. In terms of our museum staff, they have the day-to-day responding to research requests, looking after the collections, maintaining, having to make sure that they're going through in terms of what should still be in collection, not in collection, upsetting people who want to come to the door to give things to collections. We've got one staff member that's 2 days a week, one that's 3 days a week, and then in terms of Lauren being full-time, and another about to reduce hours as well, because they do not have the time or the capacity, or they are also getting frustrated in terms of the vision that have been there previously in terms of opening hours. It has been by volunteers, but they were haphazard hours, not set hours, so it might be open, it might not be open. We had the benefit of a gentleman living opposite the museum itself to go across and open it in the morning when it was a base display. So when the museum opened in between for about 11 months, would open it and then would close it in the afternoon, but that's leaving your collection at risk, and it was in an uncontrolled environment. So in terms of actually saying what are the operational costs, we're not able to tell you that because it hasn't been operational with this council since it's gone to Destination Westland and since it's been closed for so long. But what museums aren't, just like libraries, they're not money makers. They are there about providing an opportunity for people to come and view the history that this district has to offer. And as you're all aware, those of you who are long-time locals, it's not just the history of Western, it's the history of the West Coast, because there is not a museum in the whole of the West Coast of the calibre of the collection that this museum has. So we have the advantage in terms of Coal Town up in Westport. We have the advantage in terms of the gold mining for Ross, but here is where the collection, the main hold of the collection is, and it's about making sure we have the ability to go forward with the team that we have, the project people, whatever they may be in terms of putting the base in and a good foundation, but be able to bring those displays forwards that go into generations that when you're either walking in with your kids or your grandkids in the future saying, hey, didn't we do well? It's an opportunity. But as I said right at the beginning, at the end of the day, we understand the restraints, particularly the financial ones, the environment that we're in. What was asked of Lauren was to bring back the options. You have 3 options. We weren't asked to bring back operational costs. What is the options in terms of being able to put displays together to open it in the time frame that council prefers? Preferred option from staff is option 2, not option 3, which is what you actually resolved on earlier in this year. Preferably not option 1, but it is your decision. And we can go round and round with all due respect, but I think as Councillor Phelps has done previously, or someone else wants to counter, it's about putting an option forward and just seeing where it sits based on the options put forward.
Thank you, TC. Francois.
There's a motion on the table, isn't there? Why don't we just move on? We're going to talk around circles here.
Yeah.
Let's just bite the bullet and just make a decision.
If I can make one point before we do that, Francois, and this is where I get quite confused with this, is that option B and C excludes costs associated with the Kurupanamu touring exhibition and associated with, I presume it's EFTPOS security, museum staff, retail merchandise. So looking at that, the ongoing running costs, we do need to become aware of that, because obviously there's costs not in here that perhaps should be perhaps alluded to, because you've got stuff that's not in option A, which you mentioned it in B and C, and then of course there's there's elements in there that are a little bit confusing because they're not particularly clear as far as the more conflicting than not. But advertisers, and we are going to start the round of circles. Ted, I'll take 1 point from you, and then we will move on this.
Look, we just got to be working together, you know. It's been given back to the council, and you can just see the breakdown between operations and council here. you know, we've got to work together on this. And whether we get someone like Jan and to and helping, you know, we do. You know, so let's move on.
Right, so.
Oh, just finally, I was going to say, having looked at it before, just because I was curious about, I mean, the museum does currently have staff on the books and a certain amount of op-ed, so I think I've checked it before, it's somewhere around the $400,000 or $500,000 a year mark from if anyone's got a precise figure. I'm not saying that I know that the chapter and verse, but it's from memory, that's roughly what I remember being when I looked at it last time.
Right.
But nonetheless, I'm sympathetic to Donna's point of view, but that's not really within the parameter of what we're discussing today. We've got a building sitting there, so I'm going to stick with just moving option A if anyone wishes to second it or vote for it, which is the lowest cost option that's in front of us at the moment. If you want to vote that down, do the different motion that's even more austere.
I'll second that.
Option A, seconding option A?
Yep.
Right, so I have mover and a seconder for option A. Do I have, what's the vote around the table, please? Show of hands in support of that motion. 3.
Option fails.
So the option fails, the motion fails, sorry. Right, so please.
I'll move option C.
Do I have a seconder to that? A seconder? Right, so come on, where's this going to, councillors?
I'll move option D.
I don't know whether you can actually move to the second, move from one to the other. I'm not sure on that one.
No, if the motion's failed, it's
Failed for C, so.
Right, so motion, option B,
Yeah, I'll second that.
seconded by councillor Gillette. All in favour? So keep your hands up, please, so we can see.
You got there. 1, 2, 3, 4.
What, 1, 2, 3, 4, it doesn't fly. I'm sorry.
Some people haven't voted for any of those options.
They're within their rights to abstain,
Yeah.
yeah.
So it's a matter of whether people want to abstain or.
Or do we just want to stay on it, we're going to come back another day? Right.
If I may, just in terms of the options presented, if none of the options are adopted by council today, then your original resolution from early this year is the one that stands.
At least if I'm not mistaken, someone moves another option, and I'm not saying this is what I want, it's unfair on all of you, it's a waste of our time, and pick it further down the road and see further information or something to get the other options.
The alternative is to workshop it.
I hate that word so much now.
Well, the other side of that is it's another month, it's another delay, and we did say at the last meeting, we'd like to see the museum open by the end of the year. The longer we take this through from month to month, it won't be opening full stop. So we need to make a decision, councillors.
We'll just have, because no one voted rather than that.
Well, I don't think people were aware of the consequences, Jane, is that we have to either revert back to the original one, as TC just said, or we go for one of the options today. And I think now that that's crystal clear, I'm going to go back to the meeting and say, do I have a motion for one of those options? Because people probably weren't aware of that before.
I will remove option B.
Option B, and is that still seconded by councillor Gillette? Right, all in favour of option B? 3, 4. 2, 3, 4.
I'll say option A. Cool. I'll move option A.
Are we, given we just had a roundabout, I hate to say it, should we have a bit more discussion about it so we can actually, I know that motion's moved, but so we can actually, rather than just throwing options at each other until one of us gives it. Right, I'll second option
So
A.
hold on, sorry Helen, excuse me. For option B, so you see who's for, can we then have say who's against abstaining, we see if that gives a clear result?
Yes, that's what I'd like to get to, but there's just so much chit chat going on and.
Brian's got a motion on the table, we need to follow that through.
Well, we haven't finished the other one.
So the motion stands as option B, seconded by councillor Gillette. Show of hands from councillor Davidson and councillor Burden. So out of the councillors that don't support it, are you against it or are you not voting?
I'm against. I'm against.
So.
Are you against?
Four.
Are you against?
Yes. Right. So we will have a resolution to this today. I'm not going to throw a casting vote, which is what I see this at the moment. Well, it is actually, and I'm not. Well, no, I don't support it. I do not support it, Jane.
So Brian's motion.
What about another option? Paul reckons we can do it cheaper, so why don't we just do it cheaper?
Well, we need to, because it's not in these options, and we need to have a direction of council before we finish, and at the moment, we're 2 hours over in time, and I do not want to make a break without having a resolution on the table.
Through the force to spend $600,000 in rounds.
But before we moved,
That's just the cheapest
months
option.
ago, we agreed to do this months ago.
Through the chair.
This council, not the previous one.
Through the chair, the only other option, other than the ones that are in front of us, well, among other options that could be available within the universe, is Donna's suggestion that we mothball the museum. Now, that would require long-term plan changes, if we're not mistaken, a whole raft of other stuff that would then require just more time wasting and delay. I'd rather not be spending anything, but frankly, we can allocate $600,000, which is less than we were going to be pressed into doing before. The staff will go away and do as much good as they can with $600,000, and then we can review our options down the track. But just so it's not cost.
All right, we have that one didn't fly, we have this, I'm going to make this the last motion we're going to put, otherwise we will be breaking for 10 minutes because we're well over the 2 hour break time. Councillor Casson.
Back to test the table with option A.
I'll second it.
Councillor Phelps seconding, all in favour, this will be all in favour.
Haven't you got there?
1, 2, 3,
Brian, are you changing your vote again?
4.
You were going to move option A. You're going to... Well, I'll keep it down to one of them. We've got the abstention that votes against.
I think it's quite clear we revert to what was all currently in place, status quo.
Yeah, we have no other option.
Well, through,
You've got to have the same.
through your worship,
Yes.
as much as you don't push.
Think about
Right.
Through your worship, as much as you don't want to, it may be that this does need to come back to council in terms of what additional information you feel you need.
Against an abstention. Just ask for the four.
Right, so show of hands to that motion of option A, please, seconded by Councillor Phelps. Can I have a show of hands that are visible, that are actually up to a level we can see, please? Are you putting your hand up?
Oh, you got 5. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Can I have hands up, please, so we can see? Clearly, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Against? Right, do you want your vote against recorded? Yeah. Councillor Neal, Councillor Verdon, Councillor Beard, do you want your vote recorded against? Right, well that motion is carried, it is option A.
I'd like to extend apologies from me at any rate to the way the staff around on this whole project.
Yes? But we didn't know in February what we know now either. And that is no excuse, but we have been privy to a lot more information than we were given previously as well. We were flying on very light information when we made the decision earlier in the year. So the resolution was the report be received. One page. And the council adopt option A. And the wording on here does not fit option A. Will be on the report. Sorry, I need to get back to option A on here. Option A. I don't think we're putting the words below standard. Internal fit out with a $600,000 budget option.
Or whatever the exact.
Does that include university?
Opening date of June 25.
June 25. I think
It won't be opening in December, that's the touring exhibition.
well, that was supposed to be option A, was opening in December, and none of them are opening. So what is this touring presentation that stops us from opening?
No, it's a gap filler. It's the gap filler so that the building can be fitted out. And then as the exhibitions have been developed from opening in 2025, the building will be open in December this year with the touring exhibition.
With the touring exhibition, and that is that is the cost of that, which isn't included in here.
The cost is
$22,000, which council is not budgeted for yet.
No.
Which we think is unbudgeted expenditure.
It is.
And at what stage are you bringing that to council?
Well, I was going to wait for the options, but it would be, if you want a museum open in December, it's the touring exhibition Karapaima, and we're working with them to reduce costs. They'll waive the exhibition touring free, but at the moment it's 22 to get the furniture and objects across the retail and in-state install it and open.
And it is expected that council will fund that? Yes. Right. So that needs to come back to us as well. Have we got time to wait for another month for a decision on that?
If we do all the, we do need to do all the building consents and all the and that is critical in terms of option A, which is fine, staff can work with that, but it now means that the building consent applications, and if there's a recent applications, which staff are told to pause, is that you can now progress with those, and depending on what the timeline is for that, which comes back to the use of the expert people if we don't have a house. As long as all the ducks are in a row in terms of the information supported, then as soon as those are approved and we can get consent works completed, the touring exhibition has been based on an end date in terms of November and our installation. As has been said to council before, however, if we end up with delays in the consenting processes, then everything gets pushed out even further. So there's a lot of time that has been wasted, but that was a decision of council knowing that, and that's the whole point at the moment in terms of not trying to lose any more time so we can move forward and get the next exhibition open. But the whole point about the GAP exhibition, because the good thing with that one had been offered to council way back, here I mentioned the Paki Waitara building, and the majority of that collection is actually of a West Coast provenance in terms of greenstone that's come from. So it is technically doing a local West Coast Westwood type display, but the cost with it is being packaged, sent across, unpackaged, set up, and then the same to get back again. But that can be addressed further, or there is no GAP installation done for display, and the team just focus on putting the displays together to make them. So there'll be options.
So as far as that, the covering the cost of that exhibition, when would that have been coming to council?
We have to wait in terms of decision for today in terms of what.
So it would have been coming
Because
to
if it's been any of the other options, that would have then gone back to the original design and build, which means there'd be a lot of work happening and you wouldn't be able to actually have GAP displays in galleries 1 and 2, or just gallery 1, because it'd be able to work on the others. However, with option 2 and 3, it'd be a case of they'd be working on all the galleries at the same time.
Right, that now answers those questions I had on that, on those comments. Sorry, Paul.
Through the worship, so I mean that's lovely, but that's the first that we've heard of Karapaima coming here. First we've heard, understandably, we know nothing of it, and we are the Kaitiaki opponent here, and Ngāti Wairoi and Ngāti Maha don't know until today that this is, that's unbelievable.
I was asked for some options. One of them was to have the building open in December. I sourced an exhibition I felt would be good for Hokitika and West Coast. And all I have done is just made some inquiries. I have not booked anything. I made sure that it was available. I would have come back.
Well, with respect to your worship, you've announced it today publicly, and Mana Whenua didn't know.
Oh, I'm sorry about that, but that was just an option.
I mean, we just agreed this morning about a partnership agreement with Mana Whenua, and here we are. The first issue that comes along, and here's something that's overridden Mana Whenua.
Yes, well, I apologise for that fault. I didn't mean to offend. I was trying to source a problem solver that would meet all our needs, and I thought that was one that fit that category. So I apologise for that.
We have a partnership agreement that you might like to just get familiar with. We've just acknowledged the re-signing of that today. So moving forward, let's just get things on the right track going forwards. Right, so the motion stands as far as proceeding with any other presentation, that'll come back to us regarding the Kuru presentation. If it's going to be in there, that'll come back to us. So that motion stands at option A. Yeah, and thank you.
Through the chair, I'd still like a cap on the total cost for the year. I want to know what it's going to be, so council know the rate pay, know what we're spending on this.
So, and it's a fair question, if we can have an update of the running costs there, because I mean, yeah.
Day-to-day running costs?
No,
Yes.
your budget, what it looks like that we've got to pay for, to make sure it's in alignment with what we have got in the budget, already.
Which is what you had requested from your original resolution earlier the year, to make sure that there were monthly updates in terms of what the costs of the council always are.
Yeah, thank you. It's nothing new, Lorraine, it's just so that we can ensure that we've got that logged in, we've got a budget, just in case there's any discrepancies in there that we've missed with our budget that's set, and that we can ensure that we're front footing what we are, or where our mindsets are, what we're presenting to the public as well. Thank you, thanks very much. Right, so we are over time, so we either, we can move to extend by, and do the administrative resolution, and then break a quick cup of tea before we go into the confidential section, or we can stop now. But can I have a move and second, please, that we extend? Thank you, Councillor Cashin, Councillor Burden. We will extend into the administrative resolution, and this will take 1 minute.
Are we also going to do the confidential? I think it's just minutes.
Well, we could do too. We could nail that if it is just minutes. You're quite right. Right, so we have a move and a second to extend in time. So first up is the administrative resolution, which is being done by whom? Or it's an appointment. All right, it's just, okay, it's just purely council business. The resolution is that council confirm its seal being affixed to the following documents. They're all before you, you'll all be familiar with them. It's a warrant of appointment for building control officer Kerry Magnuson, warrant of appointment for health and safety and compliance officer. Yeah, it is all there. I'm not going to read out all the points and everything else. It's all scripted in there for everybody to see and understand. Do I have a mover and second to please resolve that council confirm its seal be affixed to those documents? Councillor Billette, Councillor Casson, all in favour?
Aye.
Carried. Thank you very much, everybody. Right, so does everybody want to carry on and just nail this, the confidential section? We were just purely confirming minutes. Yeah. Righty ho.
Can I stop the live stream?
Yes, we will wait for 2 seconds while that's done.